That's a loud one. We have to get our intro screen up and going again, guys. Oh, late start. Mondays are always a big one. Mondays are always a big one. Payroll day. But we're done. We did it. We did a chat. Oh, big day. But a great day. I had a great day. I always feel weird at the start of the stream. This is maybe the VOD. Maybe somebody will see us on the VOD. I see someone's here. Eightfold! It's Eightfold, and you're resubbing for 7 months. Yo, thank you, dude. Thank you. 7 months in a row. Hello, Brian. How are you? Oh, no, hold on. Is our chat not responding? Hold on. Hello, Eightfold. Oh no, hold on. This is definitely actually just straight up not working. We did make some changes to this system, and I thought it was good, but maybe it's not. I'm doing good, Eightfold. I'm doing really good. Thank you so much for the 7 months, man. 7 months is amazing. Can't believe we've been doing it that long. Okay, look, chat's not working here. Okay, so we made a change at the end of last stream to the chat system, and I probably should have validated it a little better, but we didn't do that, did we? I mean, it was working. Hello, Goldie. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, look, chat's straight up just not working. We need to roll that change back. I guess that's our first call. That's the first port of call. The first thing we need to do here. Let's get straight into it and fix this thing. So this was the change we made, right? We thought that the chat stuff was working. Let's run it locally and see if it works. Because that could be, maybe it works locally, but not remotely. It's always it works on my machine, syndrome. It's a funny thing, that. How are you guys? How y'all been? How was your Monday? I always love the hellos. The start of my stream, sometimes I don't know, I feel like the community we have here, everybody saying hello and the tips of the hat and everything, it feels good. Feels real nice. All right, where are we at with this? Okay, so let's just run and have a look. You know what? Another thing that's really been annoying me has been the... all right, we're also going to be trying something new today as well. We've got this Beast PC, so I really want to try Olama. Yep, that's right. So one thing I want to try with this is... I'm using Rider, and when I do a run, it's opening up Edge. I never told it to do that. It used to use Chrome. Let's go back to that. How do I set this change up? See what it can do. Rider, it's misspelt. Set Chrome. Yeah, it's corrected. Okay. All right, because I do want chat working again. It's annoying that it's not here. Like the one on the bottom also is going to be a bit slow and out of date. It's got Crazy's message from last night. Brian, you're on a 7-stream streak. Yo, I've only done 7 streams since they put that feature in. You've been here every damn time. My Monday is just starting about to hit the gym. Hell yeah, Eightfold. Hell yeah. I really need to do that too. I need to get back to the gym more. The top of my to-do list, my personal to-do list, has a repair motorbike at the top of it, specifically so that I can get to the gym more often. All right, it's interesting. I'm kind of curious to see how... so this is locally hosted Olama, like running on the computer. It's not in the cloud, which will be interesting. I'm quite keen to see how this performs, you know? So... see, can we collapse that? Yes. All right, we're going to go preferences, it says. I don't see preferences. File settings, that is correct. Navigate to web browser. Okay. System default could do that. Yep. But it's already like system default, right? I mean, I don't want Edge. I don't want Firefox. System default. All right, let's try again. If I rerun, is this going to open in the right browser? Let's get it up first. Here it is. No, still just did Edge. I did not want it to do that. Yeah, man, my Monday is always the biggest day of the week, and in terms of the business and what the business needs. Like, literally, it's like nearly 11 p.m. here, and I'm only just finishing up everything I had to do. It's a lot, but it's been fun, man. Onboarding some new people to handle some responsibilities, and that's freaking awesome. Web browser and preview. I mean, I'm pretty sure system default, like, we can try that. There's this default apps. Maybe it did somehow get set to, so Google Chrome. Yeah, freaking Edge getting in there and being like sneaky. I feel like Edge probably did actually push. It can be really pushy. I'm getting over Microsoft. I really think I'm going to try a new OS soon. I want to try a new Linux variant. I came across one that seemed really cool. It was called, where was it? I guess I've lost it to the history here. It was called Omarchy, I think. This one, Omarchy. I think we're going to give it a shot. I think like it's a bit like i3, but also has some like built-in coolness that I think will make it easy to work with. Yeah, I'm pretty cool to give it a shot. I think that'll be really fun. All right, has it worked? Has it worked? Where's our... Yo, it did. It worked. So that's good. So we're going to see if chat works now. So let's go chat. And then it looks like it hasn't. It's only just started running though, so... Snowsy! How you going? Yep, look, it didn't work. Why did we push this live? I'm sure we tested this. We validated that this worked. So let's go and we're going to make a new base branch here. We will... I mean, rewriting the history is a little bit annoying, especially with the way that the server's set up currently. So no, actually, I'm gonna get rid of that. We're going to revert these changes. Revert that commit as a new commit. So let's see. We're going to go with that one. Choose the remote. And then also we are going to clean up that error stuff because there was too much spammy error logs. So reconnecting. I'm pretty sure it was reconnect. What was it? It wasn't... I think we just like turned that off because this was spamming the console essentially. And we learned that it wasn't a bad thing that it was doing it. So we've got Twitch chat and then we've got the sub event consumer. I think if we roll back to this, we'll be safe. Let's see what else we have in here in terms of logs. Yeah, we're going to go back with this. So we're going to roll back these changes. Roll back updated sub logic for old system. There we go. And then we'll push that to the server, give it a quick restart, and then I think we'll be fine. So that was the old logs. Has it finished pushing? Not yet. Oh, how you doing, Snolzy? Good to see you, man. Where are we? Boom. Ah! You're good? That's good. I'm good too, man. Brian, if you're ever in a helicopter with Dev and there's an emergency and they need a pilot, don't let her fly the helicopter. It won't work out well. Do you know what I'm talking about if you were watching her stream? I did not. I did not watch her stream. I just saw this guy's YouTube channel. It was so cool that I actually sent a friend who used to play a bunch of like chopper pilot stuff. I sent him a link to it. Where is it? Hold on, I'll pull it up. This guy's channel seemed really sick where he's just doing these like crazy drop-offs and stuff. Look at him go. This is how it's done. And he's just rocking out with the like Vietnam music. Definitely reminds me of Apocalypse Now. He's just like flying between trees, under frickin' power lines. Look at him go. I'm guessing this is not Dev. Look at this landing. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Woo! Just like, bloop, drops them off. Man, that's fun. I'm guessing that's not what Dev's doing. All right. We have pushed changes. So, git fetch. Hold on. We're going to fetch. Yep, we've got the change. Git pull. We are definitely, I'm realizing, going to have a staging and release server. With some DevOps for sure. And hopefully we can get a few of you guys working on the staging server. Well, that's taking a long time to restart. Why? It shouldn't do that. What's going on with it? Need to see these logs. One thing that actually, there we go. Now it's restarting. One thing we also ought to do is like change the loading thing. Like a few times I've said I really don't like the white. I don't like the white stuff that shows up, but we'll get there. Yo, actually, I'm noticing that down here, if I head back to chat, yo, some of the new messages did come through. What's that about? Maybe I didn't need to revert it. Why weren't they working? Louise Fitness, how you doing? Thanks for the first time message. We're working on the tools that you just saw restart around me. So I'm kind of like, I'm upgrading my stream as I stream. That's what we're doing. We're making some cool subathon tools and stuff. Start Megabook. Hello, Binge. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. I would think I would be hitting the tree. Yeah, the trees would be hitting the propellers. Yeah, but game devs, they know what fun looks like, and they don't put colliders on those propellers. Where's the fun in that, Brian? Where's the fun in that? Dev is only good driving the F1 sim. That's pretty interesting. I've never seen her do that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty sweet. Rue on a 7-stream streak. Nice. I feel like everyone's on a 7-stream streak. I love that we have a community of people that never miss a stream. Like Goldie here on a 1,000,000 stream streak. It's crazy. Just lurking around. No, thanks, man. I appreciate that. But okay, so we changed to the old event system and it seems to be more reliable. So that's a good thing. We're going to stick with that. So then, where are we? What we were going to work on today. Hold on. Nope. Noping what? Noping what bit binge? I would like to play Megabonk. That was really fun. That one time we played it. The problem is nobody cares about me playing Megabonk. Everybody wants to see progress on the cool stream tools. That's what y'all are here for. Y'all are here to watch me, listen to me. Can we play one game? I don't know. I got things I want to do. I got things I want to do, Binge. I got a whole agenda for the stream. It would be really fun. I'd love to do it, but maybe at the end of the stream, if we get everything if I have a really productive stream, maybe then. Okay, so all right, first things first. I can't see us? Hold on. What do you mean you can't see us? You can't you can't see chat? Hold on, you can see chat. By the way, Goldie, look how sick this looks down the bottom, right? You continuously make suggestions that make this stream better, man. You are just a stream suggestion machine. You're a machine at improving the stream. I really appreciate all the ideas you have because it's like, we should add emotes. The emotes were absolutely fucking sick. We should make sure that it doesn't, the text doesn't overflow. It looks way better down the bottom. It's, I can't see straight. Goddamn Binge. Please let me help. Hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean, Binge? I'm just here to help. You really fucking are, Goldie. You are a huge help. You're a cornerstone of this damn stream. This is as much your stream as it is my stream, Goldie. It really is at this point, man. I hope you know I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. All right. So, Goldie, let's Megabonk. If you know what I mean. Wink, wink. I mean, he kissed Nacho. What's up, Binge? What's up? Calling me Code? I don't actually mind that as a nickname. People usually go with Based. All right, so I think what we're going to do this time, are you in your company? Look, I just mean it's, you know what I mean, Goldie. You know what I mean. It's as much a result of your efforts as it is mine. I think without an amazing mod and without all of your incredible contributions in terms of ideas and support, it's at least take me to dinner first. Yeah, at least buy him a drink, Binge. Actually, that's pretty on brand for Binge. Binge is famous for getting. Yeah. He famously gets people dinner. So, all right. So let's just take I think I needed just a little test environment here. So let's go test for now. Test is going to have a new page, and we're gonna make it a page test layout page. And here, what I want to do is we're gonna have a nav, even though a mud drawer, and then we're gonna have, we need to look up the code reference for this. So mud drawer, Mud Blazor has a good system for drawers. So we're going to, let's see, docs, components. You all can't see this. Let me get it up. Drawer. So, persistent drawer, I think something like this one. Let's show the code for this. So it needs a container. Ends mud drawer container. Let's see. That's in the wrong section, of course. Mud drawer container. That goes around the mud drawer. And then we should also pull our design up. I'm getting more used to my two monitor setup. I'm really loving it, guys. I got a new desk. I don't know if I told you all, but it makes a really good, it like makes a big difference. Hey, Lenko, how are you? Bitch, what are you saying? But no, I'm just like reading that as the Darth Vader. The Darth Vader, no. That's a funny one. How are you, Lenko? Good to see you. I may have already known. You may have already known, like, the contributions you make to the stream and how much they are valued. Or, good, you're just gaming? That's cool, man. What are you playing these days? What are you playing? Okay, so this is what we're going for. We're trying to get this, like, drawer on the left and drawer on the right with arrows to expand and collapse it, right? We're going to go with a really, like, simple design for this. So there's, we might even put this in like a mud stack. Mud stack. Let's deal with that later. One thing at a time. First, see you in a minute, Lenko. Thanks for lurking. I appreciate you, man. So we've got mud drawer. And, well, mud drawer has buttons that need to be pressed. So let's copy this code sample across. I can go here. And then also bind open goes there. Bind open. And then let's rerun this and head to our test page. So where are we in terms of preview? There we go. Let that refresh. And are we there yet? Are we there yet? Not yet. Soon. Okay, cool. Now, what did we call it? We called it test layout page. Okay. So, oh, hold on. My headphones might be running out of battery, which is never fun. One momento. Lucky I have this super long USB cable. And we good? Man, I honestly love these headphones. Fast was so generous giving me these. I like traveled with them recently and it was great. It was really good. Okay, so this should be showing, let's just like make sure we're looking at the right page. And I'm pretty sure we are, but we're just gonna like H1 and hello world. Hello world. Should we? I always give this a chance, and it never makes me happy. It always disappoints me. Watch run always disappoints me. But it's times like this that it should be really powerful. It shouldn't enable me to like iterate here without any like friction. But you know, we'll see if it actually delivers this time. So where's my hello world? So it is rendering. It is rendering. Bind open, and now we need a. What we need here is. Let's go look at our reference code. So nav menu, a drawer header. I mean, the thing is, let's put this one on the right. So this one's on the left, but we really want it on the right, right? All right, get it? Toggle end. So let's see, there's two of these. Anchor start, anchor end. So anchor goes on the mud drawer itself. Mud drawer anchor end, and let's see if it refreshes. No, it doesn't. See, that's the really annoying thing. It's like even with the all right, and then we do need a button, something like this. So let's see where that toggle end button is. There we go, something like that. We'll throw that in. I mean, this is going after the drawer. So something like that. We didn't need this. And that is toggle draw. Let's break this out. Interesting. The one pointing east will do fine. And then class and then on click. All right. Rerun. Will it error form? Yeah, that's the stupidest thing. This watch run just never works. It never actually works. It just disappoints me. So where is this? Mud draw container. Toggle end should be somewhere on screen here. I don't see it anywhere. Is that a watch run issue? If I go back to like a normal, you know what? I don't even trust it anymore. I'm just going to run it normally. Unfortunately. Oh man, I love that emote. That one, that's one of the reasons I want to get 7TV. The little like, hi Benj, hi, and it's your face too. It's your little your little emotes, your Twitch emotes face there, being the enthusiastic wave. I lost. Were you playing a game, Binge? What game were you playing? There's the button. There's the button. Okay. So now that's working. What's this weird gap at the top? I mean, I think the draw and then somehow this is going above it and pushing it down. I'm guessing that's pushing it down. I think everything here. So if I go like this and then unfortunately rerun, constantly rerunning. I was trying to get into FastFee. What does that mean? What does that mean? Into her stream or into her game or Fook 97 stream streak. Goldie, that 7 stream streak is criminally underrepresenting your viewing efforts. Okay. What is sitting above this that's pushing that panel down on the right? Let's have a look. So there's got to be something above, like that. I'm guessing it's that. It's the border of the checkerboard center. I mean, what's this? What's the space above this thing? Mud draw. Is there some kind of like border top or? No, look, it's along. Oh no, it's within this. So there's the draw full. And that's the checkerboard. I'm just curious what's creating this space here. Yep, you're not. I think you might be right about that. You might be right about that one, Goldie. That gent needs to pace himself. I hope you're doing okay, Binge. Hope you're doing okay. So what's the section above it? Checkerboard center. I guess it's within the checkerboard. The checkerboard has a border. That could be what it is. The checkerboard has a border. And if I get rid of that border, that padding, there it is. Yeah. So the checkerboard should not have its padding. If I get rid of that padding, then we'll be nicely aligned, right? So let's go have a look for this. Whoops, not hello world. We want the checkerboard center. There it is. And then if I comment that out and rerun, I think we're going to get the right alignment. I had some Zins imported from Sweden to America. They've been stuck in customs for about a week now. At this rate, I'll have to quit before they get here. What is Zins? And hello, the Docturnal. The Docturnal. That's actually a cool name. It's like Doctor Octurnal Night. I don't know. I'm getting cool vibes from it. I don't know why. I like it, man. I like it. But now look, if I turn that off, now everything that used to be nicely centered is no longer nicely centered. So, in a sense, I think what we need to do is we need to be putting this stuff around, like in our layout, essentially. And then we'll need to do something to, yeah, it'll be interesting how we actually solve this problem because I will be wanting to inject from a child component, I'll be wanting to render in a parent component. And that'll be fun. Because you almost named your company something similar. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I nearly called it Nocturnal. You're 100% right, said. Yeah, I remember having this conversation with you when I first saw your name. It's yeah. Hello, Lasmat. You're eating lunch and silently judging my code? Please have at it, man. I don't mind. I don't mind having my code critiqued. That's very welcome. That's very welcome. Okay, so this is like the body content. I think when we inject this, we're gonna have to do like a parameter with render fragment, and then we'll render that fragment like in here. But for now, let's just keep working on getting the hardest thing about this, I think, is the so there'll be two render fragments actually, one for the content of the drawer and one for the body of the page. And then we'll need to do something fancy where we pass in from the child, we pass like up the render chain so that every different component can render things in the side panel. Hey, Fook90, how you doing? Drinking a large monster in this with a 5-hour energy for breakfast. Dude, monster for breakfast. That's probably more effective than a coffee. Probably more effective than a coffee, man. I hope you have a power charged, like a well-fueled day. All right, so I think actually I'm going to reintroduce that component we turned off. We do want that back. We'll know that when we go to our what was it, the test page layout, we're gonna have an issue with the gap when that re-renders, but like it should be fine. But this panel will need to be wider. If we look at our design, I mean, where is it? No, it wasn't this. It was this one. Here we go. If we look at this design, it actually takes a considerable portion of the screen space, and more than the screen space on the other side. The left side of the panel, it's like, so we need something here that allows us to define the width of this panel. So let's see. What other examples do we have? I mean, what's this even demonstrating? So toggle end. I mean, we don't want one of these. We definitely want one of these. But I want to expand the width. I mean, maybe it will automatically expand with the width of the content. That's a possible thing. We should experiment with that to see if that actually happens. But yeah, let's just keep going, and we'll get to a point where we can start to experiment and try something. Okay. I buffered for a good 15 seconds there. Is my stream dropping, Goldie? Or just me? Oh, that's weird, man. It looks like the bitrate's coming through fine on my end, so not sure. I hope it's doing well. Better call Nacho, and you're not wrong, Psych. You're not wrong. I hope to hook that up. That'd be nice. That'd be really cool if I could get that sorted. Okay, so what we need here is a mud stack. This is going to have two items where Binge, thank you for the 100 bits. Are you challenging me to Mega Bonk? I'm sorry, dude. I'm so locked into coding right now. I really need to get this done. So mud, let's see. We're going to have two divs. I mean, are we going to have two divs? Yes, we are. It's going to be row. There's going to be two. So there's going to be mud item. This is going to be our actual content. Actually, no, this is going to be our button. So it's width, style is going to be width 100%. Then we're going to have another item. So let's put our hello world up in here. Mud item, and this is going to be a mud button. Mud button test. So this is going to be expand, and it's going to be, style is going to be width 0. The other thing we're going to do is translate X -15 pixels. And that should push it left a little. So my hope is that this button will sit now. If I re-render, it's going to have hello world inside of the drawer. It's going to be, this whole thing is going to be the whole width of the drawer. So let's see, where is it? Toggle drawer. We've got hello world. And then where's our mud button? I think we're going to make it... So let's see, there's something that we can go, variant is going to be filled so we can see it more easily. Quick rerun. And so look into a Skull Crusher coffee. Dude, is that... What's a Skull Crusher coffee? World's strongest coffee. Jeez, fucking strong coffee. That's a brand and a half. That might be a little too much caffeine for me. Okay. Oh my God, that internet, Goldie, that internet. Oof. Oof, that's fast. That's very fast. That's nice. All right, there's toggle. Where's this other button now? The text we should be looking for is expand. It's going to be here somewhere. There it is, expand, but it's definitely in the wrong place. That should be rendering to the left of hello world. So probably we should change the order of this. It's width is 0, though I don't think its width is actually 0, right? That is definitely occupying more than 0 width. So we can also do margin left, -15 pixels to move it across off the left side. Not an ad. I mean, when you go, the point at which you go hashtag long tail, it feels very much like an ad. But at the same time, it's like, fair enough. You've got really good internet. You may as well tell us why. Okay, so that is now working. That is now working how I want it to. 15 is not nearly enough. 15, maybe like 50 pixels. And then the height also needs to be... Height is 100%. Now I feel like we're getting somewhere. This is what we were, should have done at the end of the stream last night. And I was kind of like, when I ended the stream, I was thinking about it and I was like, you know what? I should have just kept going with this thing because I knew how to solve it. I was kind of just like waiting on the AI to solve it for me, but that's not a good approach. All right, this hello world. Why is that like? That's interesting that it's the whole like the drawer is not expanding to facilitate it. We're going to need to increase the width of the drawer. Okay, so mud drawer content. Then we've got one group, then 2 items. This 100 here, I mean, shouldn't this thing be taller? And also I should be able to click it when it's outside, right? And I can't do that. It's kind of getting clipped and drawn inside of the element, which is, yeah, that's not ideal. That's not ideal. That's not the effect I was wanting, right? Might be a Z index thing, or maybe something about the way that the draw works to, yeah. I'm not getting paid, but I wish I was. Yeah. It's, I don't know. I feel like you got free internet there, Goldie. That's not bad. That's not half bad. Yo, look at this, guys. We're at 1,099 followers. Between last stream and now, we had offline follows. How good's that? How good's that? We're starting to have like organic offline growth. I don't know why. I'm not doing enough on YouTube. I don't know who's finding me and how they're finding me. Pretty cool. All right, where are we at? That width 100%. Height 100% should be like... Maybe the mud stack needs style height 100%. I don't like that I'm doing all of this like styling myself. Like really, this should be something that the like Mud Blazor is doing. That's going to be one of the KPIs, Goldie, for us if we're looking at like how well YouTube content goes. Is how well does how well does this stuff go when it's offline? Like, are we starting to get offline follows? It's going to be amazing if that starts to happen. So binds. So we want onclick, toggle draw. See how that works. So we had Forever Wolf and we had Wrongtel G following while we were offline. That's sick. Okay, so that can expand, but look, it's... I'm not really liking that. I mean, it's an interesting conundrum. Why isn't this like horizontally expanding? Why is this got a scroll bar? I'm guessing because this extra space and that extra space. This needs to go up in a... Maybe it needs to go at a higher level. But we can go have a look at this one that has left and right draws. So this approach here. Okay. The other thing we can maybe do, if we're finding that these buttons are too difficult, we can reattempt this one, right? Or reattempt this one. So these expand and collapse buttons that you've added are incompatible with Mud Blazor, which we are using for our user interface. We need ways to, so let's just try again. See if it can generate a new variant, because we might be able to just like run with a new variant in a way that works. Instead of trying to struggle to get this button, because we're spending so much time to trying to like get that work, but there might just be other designs that work well. Maybe like a, I don't know, button in the bottom left. Could be part of the, that could work. Or even a button, yeah, maybe we just do it like that. We just make the expand and collapse buttons part of our, I mean, hold up, let's have a look at it. We had our checkerboard background. Where is this actually called? Checkerboard background, mud main content. And we've got our nav drawer stuff here. Yo, this could be a way to do it. Is in the bottom left and the bottom right of this, we can have our expand and collapse panels. Let's see what it comes up with first. I mean, hold on. We need to adjust the side panels to expand and collapse horizontally to ensure compatibility with Blazor. We've made a key update to the component. Like, have you? Where is it? I don't see your new, oh, whoops. No, I didn't want that. I didn't want that. Dang it. Maybe, I don't know. Actually, I'm not sure what happens if I delete these. I didn't need that. I definitely don't need that. So we can, I mean, can we even, no, we can't delete it while it's trying to think and generate. I didn't mean to click that. I think that's a bad UX choice for them to put that, like the auto suggestion in a way where you might accidentally click it while just trying to focus the panel. It isn't even really like, for a program that's supposed to design user experiences and user interfaces, it's funny that they would make something that's, I don't know, maybe it's a good, what do I know? What do I know? Maybe it's a good design choice, but it feels like a bad one. So the other way we can do this, instead of faffing around with this, which we're, trying to like squish things inside of the drawers, we could just put them in the page itself, right? And if we anchor it to the bottom left, as the left drawer expands and collapses, they'll stay locked to the bottom left. I think that's not a bad decision if we do it like that. Yeah, that's a good approach. So where are we? Let's see what it finishes doing here. Where is the change it made? Reset widths button has been added. Oh, it's up here. That's actually a really nice design for this. It's actually a really nice design. I really like the concept of a button like that. If I was going to do this, they've implemented that quite well. But no, that's not what I wanted. So I need to probably just, let's try a variant of this. Let's see. Do I delete it or? Yeah, let's go with that and delete this one. I didn't mind this one. Honestly, I didn't mind it. It's just proving difficult to implement. From a user interface, just like from a user experience perspective, it's not bad. But yeah. Yo, when did that happen? We just hit the follower goal. It says we hit it, but we didn't. What the heck? We must have lost a follower at some point. We added a follower and we lost it. Recreating that sketch looks simple enough for me. Lasmat, it's more with the way that these, like Mud Blazor has these panels that expand and contract. What I'm trying to do is put the button to expand and contract on the side of that panel, and it's doing a bunch of weird stuff where elements inside of the panel get clipped, and trying to set it to expand the width and then have a thing render on the edge of that panel is proving really difficult. Mostly because I don't want to re-implement from scratch the entire like side panel thing, but it's kind of like incompatible with it's incompatible with this design where that button sits exactly on the right side. And I like the design, but it's just not working very well in practice using the Mud Blazor components. And so I kind of want to like stick with that, with that library. Who did it? Yeah, with the fast gun. The smile in that fast gun makes it appear so like suck. When you use it in the context of a threat, it seems like a little psychopath. That's hilarious. All right, so where are we? Has it done the 3 variants? Here they are. Okay, cool. So what are the ways it's done it? So that's the way that we saw last time. Has this even addressed the request? I don't know that these have addressed the request at all. I mean, focus mode is not. This has done nothing to address the request. I can't see anything on this design that's worked to address the issue. So that one can go. This one's put this focus mode button there, but I don't think that addresses it either. Like in theory, that would hide both the panels. And that's like just not going to be useful. That's not going to be useful. I see the sketch doesn't have the buttons, so I was confused. Yeah. It's really these buttons here that would expand and contract that it's just not playing nice with it's not playing nice with Mud Blazor, unfortunately. Hello, Will, how are you? Good to see you. I don't know what to call this. Night? It is, yeah, it's nighttime. Evening, night. Yeah, I mean, starting my stream fairly late like this does make it difficult. It's what's the there's an exact term for midnight. Well, midnight would be one. Yo, thank you, Binge. I know you are mathing. 5 gifted for Megabonk on 25 if you do 2. No, I'm really sorry, Binge. I need to lock in and stay focused on doing this. I would love to play Megabonk, but I really want to finish this feature off. Okay, where are we on? I think maybe just setting it so that the center content, because honestly, it's basically this, but if I anchored these to the bottom left and bottom right, that might be a way to do it. Or even just to the left and right side of the main content could be a way to, I think I'm going to go with that. So using that as reference, this whole one can go. So we're gonna discard that because I've realized trying to put it inside of the component does not work, but we could definitely put it outside of the component and use the same approach. And that would be way more effective, I would think. So let's get rid of that. This can go down here. So it's going to be in the main layout. And if we use this as reference, so there's the draw. Let's see, where's our actual draw? There's the draw, then there's the main content. Then in this draw, at the moment we've got our toggle draw. So this has got toggle draw. I don't think I want this at all. So that essentially, let's start by trying to take this and we're going to put this here and let's just like be ugly with it to start with and just go and work in the style and then we can clean it up later. So style is going to be position. So left. So position, relative, and then left is going to be 0. Let's just start with that and see if that works. That might be as simple as it gets, right? So, I mean, edge.start, color.inherit. Yeah, we'll see. So let's do a quick sign in here. Where's our button now? What can we use to find this? Is it somewhere on the page? It surely should be. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to go mud icon button. And we're going to turn it into a mud button instead of the icon button, I guess. Mud button and then test. Just so I have something to find me, rerun that. There we go. Dude. Binge, I would not hate 25 gifted. I'm super appreciative. But, you know, like we have to keep making progress on this stream or we'll never get this stuff done. All right, there's find me. Why did that? It's going to be absolute? No. I mean, actually, we could do absolute. Or like even fixed, right? Fixed will be fixed to the page. That'd be one way to do it. Midnight, anti-sleep time, party time. Definitely party time here. Definitely party time here. Narrow the focus. You mean like... hold on. What do you mean by narrow the focus, Penny? You mean like... All right, find me is getting found, but where? I mean, we should be seeing it left. Maybe it needs like... It's being drawn behind it, which would make sense. So where can I find that in code? There it is. Find me. All right. Interesting that it's there. Z index. The old 999. I hate that it works like that. Okay, not even that is making it render. Can we click it? I mean, no, clicking it results in chat. What if I delete chat? That's annoying. So where is this thing? That's interesting that it's like, maybe it needs more nines. Maybe someone in Blazor did a, yeah, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Someone in Blazor did the 999 thing. Okay, so that ain't half bad. If we stuck that halfway down the page, though, interesting that it's like, okay, left, top could be 50 view height to go halfway down the page. And then we can pull the drawers out from the left and right. And then we just make this an icon that points out and in. Though, what if it wasn't fixed? What if it was like absolute like that? And now it would actually, yeah, that's what we want. That's not half bad. We can roll with that. We can roll with that. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, absolute left height is going to be 50. Well, 50% might be smarter than view height because view height will not account for the header, right? So it's going to feel a little offset from the center. Let's just try this again. 50%. Yeah, that's better. Okay. All right. Now we're in business. Now I'm feeling better about this. We can make this an icon button again. My icon button, get rid of that. Absolute height 50%. We'll need to close that out. And then, I mean, we've got filled and menu. We'll have to go have a search through icons. I think we'll use the east icon for this. East. Yeah, east will do. And we've got it as filled. I think the other thing we can do with, I think the round design is actually quite nice here. Yeah, where is it now though? Is it there? It looks like we were hovering on something. Okay, hold up. It shouldn't have been height. That was stupid. That was top. There we go. Quick rerun. Okay. Binge, you make me worried about you from time to time, dude. When you say your face burns, like what are we talking about here? What do you mean? More nines? Exactly. It's freaking stupid that it needs those nines. But that's the thing about web dev is like, for some reason, like the Z order was like index 99999. We needed that in order to sit on top of the other thing. Very annoying. Okay, my brain tried to sing this tune. I helped myself for loving you by Joan Jett. All right, with the like, yeah. Okay, you're singing. You kind of like in your brain, you read that as the song "Crazy Ma." Good to see you, by the way, Crazy Mo. How you been, man? Welcome, dude. Okay, it's somewhere here. I saw the mouse cursor change. There it is. There it is. I see a circle. I see a circle. Okay, so now we need to also make the variant filled. One more rerun. And then we're actually getting there. And you're absolutely right, Lasmat. We can offset the padding to like shift it a little bit left so that it sits over things. But I don't even mind if it kind of sits like that, right? That's pretty good. So yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. We can do that. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. And I think rather than top, I'm going to make this bottom so that it's like, because this will start from 50%. That's going to shift it up a little bit. I don't think I've been here since my 4-month anniversary. Well, thank you for subscribing for another month. I mean, gee, I gotta be streaming more so you get more value out of your subs. I really feel like that. I feel like every time I'm not here streaming and I should be, it's like, so it shows that clicking again and collapses. You mean the hold on. That variant didn't really change. I need to change the direction of the arrow. Very easy change, but we still need to do that. Okay, hold on. So Mod Blazor has icon buttons. I want these ones. These, I think, yeah, color. So we've got color.inherit. I think we're going to need like color.secondary. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, I feel bad every time when work takes me away from streaming, I'm like, you guys are all subbed. We're burning time where I'm not like making good content and entertaining you guys and hanging out with you guys and all that stuff. And I feel like I really need to do better there. But thank you so much. Even though you're resubbing and like you've seen me once the entire time, I'm so sorry about that. But it's good to see you, Crazy Mo. It really is. Look, a squirrel. Yeah, exactly. I am distractible. It's true. So it shows that clicking again collapses. Yeah, Crazy. I'm going to change the direction of the arrow pretty soon. But this is starting to match this design quite nicely, and I really actually like the design a lot. Though I don't know if I'm liking the secondary color. I might have to go with a different color for this. And now we can do the same thing on the other side as well. And then we'll make that pull-out menu way wider, and then we'll start to move all of the settings that are like, right now we've got like a bunch of settings up the top here. We want to move that into the right. Here's an interesting question. What the hell happened to that arrow? Oh, yo. It does probably... That's the one downside to doing this as a... we moved it out of here. If it was in here, it would always sit halfway up the screen. But as it gets long, as it gets long vertically, this is now set to 50% of the height of the thing. That's going to be a problem. It does actually need to be... but the thing is, if we make it fixed, it's going to be fixed to the page. What is the... There's something else we can do here. I think we had it as relative at one point. It's looking nice. No, thanks. Thanks, Crazy. I think it is looking good. Yeah. Yep. Binge, I'm sorry, man. I do really want to play, but I also just like, I need to get this stuff done. If I don't stay locked in and keep making progress, we'll never get there. We'll never get there. So I need to keep at it. Okay, so hold on. If I go here, 50% will, hold on. Undo that. Position, absolute, fixed. Is it relative? No. Inherit? No. And no, which is it? I think fixed is going to be the way to go, but now it's just going to stay fixed to the left side of the page. That's not terrible. It's not the worst if it does this. But it's also not the best. I really want it to be there. Um, hmm. The scrolling should be the... Yo, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs, Binge. I really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, once the list of tools gets bigger, it will get in the way. You're 100% right, Crazy. Or if we view it on like a very narrow vertical screen, that's where else it could get in the way. Binge, thank you, dude. I hope you're feeling all right, man. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're having a great night. I hope you're feeling the vibes here, despite despite not playing Megabonk. I know you want me to play Megabonk, and I would love to do that, but you want to bunk hard right now. Is true. Is true. It's definitely true. I'm gonna try. It would be nice. It would be really nice for me to wrap up the stream with a game. But yeah, I feel like that needs to come at the end of the stream. So how could I do this? I mean, I could put an element that is... How could we do it? We could put an element that's 100% the screen height at the left side of the center panel, and then fix it to the middle of that. And then no, but we're solving the same damn problem, but instead of doing it with the icon button, we're just doing it with the container. So, Hello, David. Nice to meet you. I see you're a first-time messenger. Much appreciated for jumping in and getting, participating in the chat. You're new. Yes, indeed. But welcome, man. Welcome. Let's see. The scrolling should be on the actual content that needs... Thank you, David, for the follow. You have just had us hit our follower goal of 1,100 people. Absolutely incredible. Who can believe it, man? I haven't been as locked in as we hit, as when we hit the 1,000. It took a little longer to get to 1,100 than it did to get from 900 to 1,000. But I'm so grateful that you were here to follow and to push us across that line. We have to set a new goal for ourselves now. I think we got to probably set it to like 1,200 now, right? Let's do it. Let's set it. Let's set a new goal. Incredible that we're getting there, though. Let's see. Follower goals are the ones that matter the most to me right now. It's all right. So we got to start a new goal. 1,200. Let's do it. Yeah. There we go. New goal started. Crazy Mer, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dude, thanks, man. So appreciated. Man, you're keeping the hype train going. We're actually on a hype train now. We got a hype train from the gifts, the gifted subs from Binge, and then we got Crazy Mer doubling down, and we just hit our follower goal. It's a pretty hypey moment, not gonna lie. Thank you, dude. That's a big W. Big W. Thanks. And yeah, thank you, David, for pushing us across the line to 1,100. We'll see you in a bit, Lazmat. Thanks for sticking around and lurking. 29 Draco, how you doing, man? Good to see you too. Do you want me to record some clips? Oh, dude, please. I love it when people come in and clip. It makes finding the content so much easier. We reached the goal. Time to celebrate, right? Like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Wow, I accuratate. Accurate? No. I don't know. I'm not sure, Binge. I'm not sure. But I'm glad that you accuratate. Yeah, we getting your dance on there, Crazy Mer? You vibing with the little fast dance? Hell yeah. Okay, so, and look at that. We've got logs in the console showing us that the subs happened. Crazy Mer on the leaderboard with six subs now in second place, and Binge sitting there with 5. Guys, thank you both. I really appreciate it. Long time no see. I was traveling. I was actually traveling too, so it's a bit of a long time no see situation for the whole community, a little bit, Draco. But I'm back and I'm streaming more regularly now for at least another week. Bro, I clipped them when you received the goals and not gifted. Yeah, thank you for the clips. Thank you for the clips, man. Super appreciate it. And there we go, man. We're at level 4 hype train. Oh, Nacho did a thing? Interesting. Something may or may not have be arriving on Thursday. Okay. That's pretty cool. Good to know, Goldie. Good to know. I kind of plan around it. I'll have a think about that. Today is Base Code's lucky day. Oh, dude, I know, right, David? Every time I stream, I feel like it's my lucky day. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. I need to update this because we need to have some actual goals. I feel like I could run this goal thing like all the time, not just when we're doing subathons. What am I coding? David, at the moment I'm coding this system here. So I want to redo a design of like the main user experience to be more like, let's see, where are we? Get rid of that. I need to clean up my windows a little bit. Definitely need to clean up that window. So at the moment, all of our settings, they sit like at the top of each of the panels and it gets really messy. I don't actually like it. I think what I want is a panel on the left like this that expands and contracts, and a panel on the right that also expands and contracts where the settings are. So I'm kind of refactoring this into where is it? Well, at the moment, this panel's in the wrong place, but you can imagine that's the kind of behavior that I'm going for. So that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do right now, David. You wanted a hug? A HG? I'm guessing that's a hug. Hold on. Will you settle for a Snolzy hug, Binge? Will you settle for a Snolzy hug? How about that? That's for you, Binge. We'll do a Snolzy hug instead. It would be trying to read and understand. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have this slide out panel, and we're gonna have a slide out panel on the right side. But right now, the problem is when the height gets really large. Let's see, what do we do here? We could maybe do like a we could put a panel inside the panel, like a div in here, and then have some overflow and move the scroll bar inside of that. That might be a nice way to do it, right? Because right now the scroll bar's on the right side of the page, and you see how it sits there? That could be one way to do this, where we the hype train succeeded at level 4 with no Nacho contributions, 11 subs. Dude, that was huge. Thank you. Both Crazy Mer and Binge. I really appreciate you guys helping the channel out and giving those subs. It's big thank you. Okay. What about Laser's idea where the chat that scrolls instead of the entire page? What about Laser's idea where the chat that scrolls instead of the entire page? Can you have another shot at that, Crazy? I totally want to understand what you're talking about. Are you talking about Laserbeam? Did Lannon have some cool idea? Or oh my god, there's a first time for everything. You mean like us getting a hype train without Nacho? Not the first time, but it's more often than not, it is Nacho creating the hype train for sure. Okay, so this here actually needs to be fixed. But I don't know how to fix it to the side of a... No, we can't really do that, can we? How do we do that? I mean, it's an interesting problem. For now, what if we just leave it here and then circle back to it? I don't want to leave it half done, and it's less than optimal. But I think the solution is just going to create a lot of noise. It's Bingewood, I think you're saying, I hope you're good, because I'm definitely not God, that's for sure. That is for damn sure. Lasmat in chat, he suggested that instead of the entire page scrolling, that the chat scrolls, so you configure the chat window to be scrollable. It's a really good idea, Lasmat and Crazy, but it doesn't solve our problem here, because the next component that comes along, which is higher than the width of the height of the page, is just going to run into the same problem, right? So we really need to solve it so that this stays fixed. Like, yeah, we really need to solve it in a more permanent way, like fixed, and then I don't know, absolute is another way to like to do this, but then what I might need to do is put the scroll overflow in here. I think that's the solution. That's the actual solution. Are you off, Binge? Or, by the way, Based, I saw what happened in yesterday's stream. It was sad to see that. Yeah, look. Okay, well, yeah, look, whatever, man. David, I think the worst thing you can do is pay attention to them, right? The worst thing you can do is like us get upset about it, because that's exactly what they're looking for, right? When they do something like that, they just want to, honestly, they're just bad people who want to like, who want to hurt others, and in like a smallest, most inconspicuous way. And the reason they do it is for attention. And the more attention we pay them, like the more reinforce that kind of behavior. So I'm happy to just like forget about it. I haven't thought about it for a moment since then. So, that's how it goes. Can you add a thin invisible element to the left bar? Yeah, that's basically, I think, the plan. That's basically the plan, Crazy. Have some big water Bing. Oh, yes, some big water. For sure. It's, I think Binge needs he needs to go have a big glass of water. You doing okay, Binge? I hope, yeah, he's all right. It happens, but I set up link protection so it doesn't happen again. I mean, it might happen again. I'm still going to I still think I'm going to try, and if people come to me with a game that they're proud of, I'll be a little bit more cautious in the future, but I'm still going to want to try and support them, right? I'm not going to change. I'm going to change my worldview and outlook just because there's some bad people out there, right? That's the way the world is, and sometimes it's the people who you help the most and who you extend the most good faith to that turn around and do something hurtful. Like, honestly, it's happened to me in life where the people you think you can trust aren't. And this community in general has been absolutely amazing. And I kind of want to trust a person who comes along as like, hey, check out this game I made. It's like, fuck yeah, that's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do, is encourage people to make cool things. So, they did some honestly pretty smart social engineering. If they knew this channel, they would have knew that I wanted to support people who do things like that. And so I'm not going to stop having that attitude. I'm probably going to be a little more cautious maybe, but honestly, like, whatever. That's fine, just as long as it's vetted, because if they get you banned for those kind of, yeah, no, I hear you, Goldie. I hear you. Yeah, David, like, don't even go look at their videos, man. Just like pay no attention to them. That's the worst thing you can do. That's exactly why they're trying to do that. You're okay? Good, Binge. Good. Okay, so expand, contract, then, all right. So what we need to do in order to make this work, we've got our nav drawer, we've got this button, we need to, so the checkerboard currently has the overflow, right? Let's see. Min height is 100 view height. Where's the overflow? Overflow? No overflow here. We've got overflow. No, chat overlay page. Where's the overflow? Okay, interesting. It must just be like the So we can even not worry about this and just go to straight here in the main content, mud main content. We can say, yo, Binge, thank you for the 100 biddies. I'm still trying to decipher your message. There's a bit of that tonight, Binge, where I'm trying to figure it out. I still really appreciate the biddies, but I can't understand it. May I have your 3? Hello, Sir Dippy. Good to see you, man. How you been? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. So, position absolute, left, bottom, index. So, this checkerboard background. What if we do this? It might be as easy as putting this outside of the checkerboard background, because now the main content, I'm sure the main content is going to be 100% view height. If this is 50%, that could be 50% of the 100%, which is halfway down the screen. This might have been as simple as just moving it up one layer. I suspect that might actually even do it. No. It's just moved it. Yeah, it's just exacerbated the problem. So, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. Mud main content. Mud main content. Why? So, hold on. Here's our draw. What if we do this? Put both of these in there. Make it a mud stack. Make it row. Give that a shot. Yo, thank you for another cheer, Binge. I love Let's. I also love Let's. You're pretty good, Sir Dippy. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing good. I'm struggling with a little, like, this is a challenging problem to solve, the one that I'm currently dealing with, but it is an interesting one. It's definitely an interesting one. I do think it probably does need to go in the main content. If it's going to... Actually, no, let's see. We've got the draw. It needs to... Oh. Okay, this is why. This is why. Because all of this is in... So there's the app bar. There's the checkerboard. Let's go have a look at the nav drawer. Nav drawer is something we actually made, isn't it? So here's the nav, here's the drawer. I need something like probably, like I could try putting it in here and then offsetting it to the right, which is what I did before. And then it should in theory just work like the other one did, but no. I think I like the idea of having it in the main content better. That just makes more sense. And it was working. But the problem then will be like, yeah, okay. So in here, we can do it how? Get rid of the stack, get rid of that. Okay. Seb, you need to write a translator that converts Binge's messages into actual English. Yes. He's not a miracle worker, Goldie. Hey, Sly, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Welcome, dude. If anyone can, Seb can. The problem is we need a large sample size in order to do that. And we would need to go with Binge and look over what he's saying and say, what did you mean when you said X or Y or Z? Did you guys hear that they made like a dolphin translator and like a dog and cat translator It's pretty cool. Someone made a large language model that was trained on like cat behavior and cat sounds. It was pretty freaking awesome. It seems pretty sci-fi, but oh man, binge. I mean that makes sense. That's not garble, but that's pretty like that's pretty full on, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're struggling with that right now. That's I really hope you're doing okay, binge. When you come in here, and I think maybe Goldie's right. You might have had a few drinks. It's times like this. I just want to be there for you, and I want to look out for you, man. But there's nothing I can do from the other end of a stream, you know. Just be well, man. I hope you're well. Okay, so position this absolute. We're going to go left. We're going to go 50% from the bottom. We're going to put that inside of the main content. Then I think what we'll do here is we're going to have a div. And then we're going to set max height to 100% here. Max height 100%. Overflow Y is going to scroll. That might be the way to handle this. This is what I was thinking before we tried some other things. I feel like most cats would walk around calling their owners assholes. Not wrong about that one. You're not wrong about that one. For sure, that's what cats would do. All right, hold up. Did we say max height 100 view height? View height, that's what we want. Not 100%. Sorry, binge. That happens. So I've dealt with. I lost someone recently too. Okay, I mean that's kind of working, but now it's not fixed to the right side of the nav bar. Is it? Position absolute. So checkerboard background. There's our nav drawer. What if I do this? That, and then this goes there. And hold up. Hold up. Let's go back to where it made sense. Here it made sense. That needs to wrap the nav drawer. So that goes here. And then this goes under nav drawer. No, this seems wrong now. Back again to where it was. So what's happening here is, okay, no, of course not. That goes 100 view height. Then inside we have the checkerboard. Overflow here scrolls. The nav drawer could go, in theory, in here. Maybe now we're looking good. Though the main content, I feel like the main content needs to go... All right, quickly we'll rerun this, and then we'll try putting the main content inside of here. This is CSS. This is like a CSS problem. CSS can really be an annoying part of web dev. It's and I don't think I'm even that bad at it, you know? It just is just so fiddly. It's so freaking fiddly. All right, so what I think I need to do to get this going is main content is going to go inside here. Lisa! Yo, how are you doing? It's good to see you, Lisa. Thank you for the raid. That's incredible. Yo, thank you for the follow, Zama. Thank you, KSS. Thank you so much. How are you, Lisa? How was the stream? Lisa and Oasis. I bring fast feed community. It's a yo. I'm guessing fast rated you, and you decided to raid here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lisa. How are you doing? How's it going? Big shout out to Lisa. If you guys are into creative stuff, we had a fraction of the people you rated with here, but you all probably know Lisa by now. But those who don't should go and check her out because she does some really good gaming content and she does some really really cool creative content, and we love creative content here. What was it today? I'm guessing you were playing some games. Were you playing the? I think I saw Fast playing the Fortnite Simpsons. That looked really fun. That looked really 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 fun. Lisa is also she does some game dev stuff, guys, and we all love game dev stuff here. So like that's her full time job. That's like her proper job is game dev. So go check her stuff out. Go follow her. Go hit follow. Can I do it? I auto shouted out Lisa, but oh no, Sly. Oh, she's like Lisa has to deal with. Oh look, I'm sure this stream was a lot for you, Lisa. If you were playing Simpsons, I'm sure there was a whole bunch of Lisa jokes. When it was her birthday, like everybody was endlessly singing the Lisa "It's Your Birthday" song. That soundbite though, dental plan. Lisa needs braces. I'm sure she doesn't need braces. She has impeccable teeth. How are you? It was so good to hang out with you, Lisa, at the wedding and to spend time and to I had braces. Oh, Fastby was singing it today. That's no surprise. Me and Fast used to sing that song together like all the time. We used to like mess around and joke with endless Simpsons references. So Lisa had braces. Dental plan. Exactly. Thank you for the raid, Lisa. So is that what you got up to? Were you and thank you so much for bringing community in here, and thank you for the follows. For anyone who hasn't already, like 2 more follows from a raid is really appreciated. If anybody likes the kind of stuff, the more creative stuff that Lisa does, that's the kind of stuff that we do here. So not so much on the art side, more on the code side. But the other thing, Lisa, is I should show you some of the stuff we've been working on. Yo, do you remember the you see up here, you remember Fruity's recent subathon? I'm reworking those tools into something that anyone can access. Check it out. Hold on. We might even put you on the whitelist here. So, Crazy Mo, thank you for the 1 month. Now Lisa's subbed. That's awesome. That's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate that, Crazy Mo. Especially since, like, I don't want Lisa to have to look at ads. All right, hold on. We're going to basestreamtools.com. And now look, we've got a website up and people can like join the waitlist, and you can even log in with your Twitch and use the tools now. You can actually use the tools now. From here, you can sign in. I need to make this page look a little bit better. And it's going to take you straight into the tools where you can use all of this stuff and like configure it and all of that. I'll be putting you on the whitelist. What is it? It's, hold on. Whitelist? No, it's not that. White dash list? Or is it waitlist? I forget what it is. Hold on, we'll have a quick look in the code. The whitelist, white dash list. I can't remember. I can't even remember what the URL is. It's going to be waits list. Dang it. Waitlist. So freaking close. So we'll add you to this list if you like, Lisa, and we can throw you in there. And then if you want to mess around with the tools and try them, you can be one of the very first people to give it a shot. Hold on. We'll do it now. We'll get into the code and all right, where is it? Let's go here and then get back in here. Oh, hold up. This is what we do on this stream, guys. For those who haven't seen it, we do a little like hacking type stuff, a little hacking away at the console in our code. You would love that. Okay, hold up. We're doing it now. We're doing it right now, Lisa. So be warned though, it's early access. It's really early access. We're still messing around with things. Let me see. There we go. And let's see, where's the, oh, it's presentation, whitelist. Can't believe you got the word, like the name Lisa. Lisa, boom. Right, and quit that. Let's go to the live one. All right. Ooh, that's missing some CSS. Let that reload. All right, there we go. Lisa's now on the super restricted whitelist of people. If you want to sign into this now, you can just go to like basestreamtools.com and click like login, and you'll be able to mess around and see it, and build your own, build your own subathon and like make, if you want a little chat like the one down here, or you want to use the leaderboard like this one, you can access them all now if you like, Lisa. But just be warned, it's all still really early access, and I'm kind of like developing it live, and it might it might break as we go. But yeah, I'm improving the user experience every stream. I promise. It's very experimental. Yeah, absolutely. So that's the asterisk. That's the big disclaimer. But like, we're there. We're actually getting there. So if you want to try it out, you really I would really love feedback. Just tell me when it breaks and how it breaks so I can fix it when it does. But otherwise, like, have at it. Have a good time. Have a good time with it. Definitely. And you're on a pretty short pretty short list right now too. There's not a lot of people. There's only like two. Yeah, we can't include me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're user number 8 because we can't include me. But yeah, give it a go. Give it a go. And thank you. Nal would love this. All right. Well, get Nal. If Nal wants to check it out, get her to reach out, and I'll hook it up. And if she has any other ideas, that's the thing that I'm really trying to do too. Is when people have really good ideas, I'm trying to collab with them and make what they want. I'm trying to make the things that they want. It's like this thing up here. I had the idea to do it, but I saw that like what Fruity was planning for her subathon. I was like, okay, I have the idea of like, I know what I want to do for this. Like now is the time because it can really help her. And I saw her like planning with goals and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, I'll show you this one. This one's pretty cool. The subathon goal builder, you can be like, all right, on day 1, I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to do that thing. I'm going to do this thing. This is how many subs it needs. And then that builds out into this, and let's see, what was it? It turns into, hold on, let me just, there it is. I still have to get the links going for that. So localhost 8001, was it? Yeah, 8001, 9001. You get the idea. Yo, Danish, thank you for the resub. Really appreciate it, man. But yeah, you could see like you set it up and then it kind of like tracks your subs as it's going, to see like how you're progressing towards your stream goals. So if you want to do a subathon, this I think is a really, really powerful tool. Yeah. It's like, this was Fass's idea describing what she wanted, me coming up with the user interface design, and then me like pushing it out to get ready for, I kind of like smashed through like doing it. And I had a stream where I like went for about 17 hours and got the whole thing working for Fruity's subathon. But it's really like Fass's ideas. And Lucy, you know how good she is at doing subathons. She's been doing subathons for years and years and years. And so, now it's like all the knowledge that she's built up about how to, what things will incentivize a good, excuse me, having hiccups here. A good subathon, it's all like turning into tools. Like this one, brilliant idea from Fass. Just having a leaderboard where you can be like, who's contributed what, and then that connecting through to like, what have we unlocked? Yeah, I feel like we're focusing on the subathon stuff first, because that's really going to make, we'll have a niche, right? We're going to have a niche. people are going to be like, this can be the place to go to get the best subathon tools. So we're going to be working on a timer and stuff soon too. And there's also things like the AI swear jar that are going to find their way into these tools eventually as well, Lisa. So like, yeah, welcome to the shortlist. Welcome to the shortlist of people if you want to try it out. So close to 300 subs. Yeah, true that. Yeah, okay. Yes, Lisa, please. Yes. Tell me more. What is it? Ever thought about gotcha boxes? Want to collab on a feature, Lisa? Want to collab on a feature? Yo, Eightfold! 17 subs too! Jesus, Eightfold. Thank you, man. Thank you. What's a gotcha box? A gotcha box is like... Yeah, I know, right? Thank you, Eightfold. Thank you so much. And look at that, Eightfold, straight to number 2. He's jumped straight to number 2 on the leaderboard. That's like instant number 2. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. That's huge. I feel like I need to make the leaderboard bigger to highlight moments like when they happen. No, but yes, Lisa, let's talk about it. Like, should we like do it live? Shall we do it like quickly do it live? Describe to us what it needs to be, Lisa. Describe to us what it needs to do. And I'll like right now, live on stream, I'll knock together a user interface designer. You can be like, change this, do that, and like we'll kind of like do it together. The fact that he only had 283 subs was bugging me. Yeah, now we're like so much closer. Let's have a chat tomorrow. Okay, we can do that. You were rating, so I know you're going to rate and run. That's like totally fine. I'm so sorry that and look at it. You guys unlocked if this was a subathon, you would have unlocked all of the subathon goals with that. Just then Eightfold. It's not many times people are going to get to see this. Like this little gold thing, it's a rare event. It's like, oh my God, like chat unlocked absolutely everything. I really need to get serious about making this thing because that should be a rare event when you see that. It's you must depart. No. Thank you so much, Lisa, for the raid. If you want to hit me up you've got me on Discord, so just hit me up with your gotcha box idea. I think absolutely I'm down to collab and come up with something cool. 100%. I would love that. I would really love that. And let me know if you when you we will chat tomorrow in person. That's right. We've got the board game night got moved up. Hell yeah. Absolutely. I'd love to. Can't wait. What time was that? It was later in the evening. I'll yeah, for sure. Yep. Lisa never gives us a raid message? Oh, surely she does. But then like who's her mod? Goldie often handles that for me. You're full of great ideas. You got this. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate you sending your community here. And I hope you had a really great stream. Looking forward to speaking to you tomorrow. I'm sure you're full of great ideas too. So together we'll make amazing things, right? She hasn't for like 2 years. Nice. She hasn't had a mod for 2 years, you mean? No mods, only chaos? Yo. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a really good effort. Oh, by the way, Lisa, this chat on the right, this is also something we made with like the big emotes. People can express themselves better. This you can use this too if you want. You can use this one on the side too. The chat is definitely a feature you can hook up if you wanna try that one out too. It's it doesn't do the 7TV emotes yet, but it will. But like, look how cool the big emotes look. They look great, right? Thank you, Nicholas, for the follow. I really appreciate the follow. I'm guessing you're another one from the raid. That's huge. Seeing Craig's face blown up is great, isn't it? It's amazing. Look at his freaking cheesy grin. That's an emote and a half right there. We both had the same emote. Yeah, exactly. But this was Goldie's idea. I don't know if you know Goldie, Lisa, but he was like, "Yo, you got to do emotes." And then while we like in the process of implementing it, I was like, you know what? Little emotes are crap. I'm going to make them big. I'm going to make them big by default. Nobody should have to gigantify their emotes. People express themselves so much with their emotes, so I'm just going to make it by default big. Yeah, another great emote. He's got the best emotes. We only have one IRL emote for me, and it's that, like, where is it? Where is it? I'm pretty sure, like, oh, you know what? I think it's even a 7TV one. Yeah, Snozy, let's go. Yeah. We need to get 7TV support. We really do. We really do. This is my one. Look at her. What happened? What did chat do to you? Chat, were you abusing Lisa? Look at her. She's crying almost. Was that a screenshot from stream that got turned into an emote? That's fantastic. How good is that? But this is the fun that you get to have, Lisa, when you can make your own, when you make your own stuff. You're like, you know what? Emotes are the best part of chat. Let's just make chat better with better emotes. This is great. Exactly. Isn't it great? Yo, I've got so many ideas for this. We can do so many cool things with this. There's way more that we can do. I'm thinking about like all sorts of cool stuff. Sly, what's that? Is that a Jess? That's a Jess emote for sure. See, look, this is what happens when you make your own stuff, right? You can do it better. We don't need crappy tiny emotes. We can have huge emotes. Thank you for the raid. Don't even feel like you have to lurk, Lisa. If you gotta go, you gotta go. I'm really looking forward to speaking to you tomorrow. Let's talk more tomorrow. Can't wait. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be really fun. I'll see you there. And it's gonna be really cool to spend more time with Dean. Like, man, that guy's a legend. I don't know if you all know, but like Dean from Wanted, he flew all the way, like, he didn't like flying and he went all the way to Australia to come be at the wedding. It was, oh my God, that's too much, Goldie. That's too much. So yeah, he's around, and we're going to spend some more time with him while he's around. Yeah, like, what is that? Is that a cake? And then a cat at a burn. Yeah, the cat one I can relate to. Definitely relate to that. Me and a cake. Nice, Les Matt. Nice. All right. No, so that was a huge raid. Thank you, Lisa. Really appreciate that. Really, really, really appreciate that. Huge. How fun is that? And we have another user tester. We have another tester for our software, guys. Isn't that a W? What a win. I feel like Lisa might try some of this stuff out, right? She might actually try some of this stuff out, which is cool. More incentive for us to get it right, right? We really gotta lock in and make this stuff work. I don't want it to go out and people not to be able to use it. We really gotta like fix it up, right? Make it perfect. Get this side panel working, because it's kind of working, but it's not working well enough yet. My sister drew them for me for my birthday. Those emotes, that's really nice of her. How cool is that? How cool is that? I'm tempted to check out your stream sometime, Lasmat. I see that you've like configured your Twitch a fair bit and customized it a little. That's really cool. Have you ever streamed, Lasmat? You should if you've got such cool emotes. Is that a coffee cup? Yup, nice. Is Penny around? Penny's got plenty of tea emotes. I think our where is it? Did it end up getting? Actually, I'm not even seeing it. We have to do more emotes at some point. So bright, your eyes. I'm sorry, Jason. I didn't mean to burn your eyes out. Hey, could I, what? Probably yes. I don't know. What is it? I streamed a bit 2 years ago and then got busy with life and haven't tried since. It's a lot of work. To be fair. Look, maybe for now, just to keep it moving, shall we just leave it as it is right now and then do the same on the right? The only thing is I want the content this is going to be a really interesting challenge. And I might even just divert to AI for this for a minute to be like, yo, let's have a quick look to see how this scales when, I mean, this should be okay. This should mostly be okay. This should mostly be okay. I'm going to be okay with this for now. Where do we go to apply for whitelisting? Go here, Jason. basestreamtools.com, and then you can click join waitlist and put your email in there. If you throw your email in there, you or anybody else who's in the stream who wants to get whitelisted, there's going to be some rounds where I roll this out to different people. And first it's going to be like a small trusted group of friends, and then I'm going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually, you know, we might even put in some monetization into this. I think a lot of people are telling me I need to do that, and so that's eventually going to be there, but there'll be a lot of cool free stuff in there too. So definitely, if you're interested in using this, Jason, or anyone who's in the stream who wants to use this, you can just go to basestreamtools.com and throw your email address in here. And I'm glad you asked. Thanks for asking, Jason. Hey, Penny, how you doing? There's the tease. That's the one. We definitely need to make a tea emote when we go around and do another round of emote stuff, Penny. I'm yeah, definitely feeling that. Okay, so I'm going to stick with this for now. I'm going to stick with this. I feel like this is okay. This is okay. We're going to do another one on the right side now as well. So, okay, that can go like this. Oh, whoa. That's the wrong section. That's the wrong section. Main layout. Here it is. That's the button we wanted. Okay, there's our nav drawer. There's our checkerboard. I think we need our... We're going to have another drawer here, and this is going to be our config drawer. Config drawer. And that's going to be just like nav drawer is in our shared. We're going to add a new Blazor component and call it config drawer. Config drawer, and you know what? This is the kind of thing where I think I'm just going to have AI do the legwork for me, since we already have such a good reference for how this should function. And open recent base stream tools. So we've got, let's copy the path here. Edit. Where's the, oh, that's annoying. There's the copy path. There we go. Absolute path. So let's see. We're going to, we currently have a nav drawer that opens from the left. See here. Sorry, that's the config drawer. So the nav drawer is, there is actually an interesting quirk that we'll want for, so there's nav drawer. There's an interesting quirk that we're going to want for the config drawer. See here, we want another one that opens from the right. That should be implemented here. How are we going to do this? I'm going to have trouble even describing what I want there. Stop rigging it so I have the worst chat live? What happened, Load Punk? What happened? Worst chat live? I hope not. I'm trying to make cool tools so you can have the best chat live is what I'm trying to do. It's totally mad at Rider has better Blazor tooling than Visual Studio. Yeah, look, even then, its Blazor tooling is not the best, Lazmat. It's good, but like compared to other like VS Code with like React, I think is better tooling than Rider with it's yeah. I'm going to try and be consistent with streams again, like I've done so far. Nice. Jason, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'm looking forward to that. Am I following you? And let me just make sure I am. You know what? I'm not, but I am now. Can I get if Jason's going to be streaming, he's here in this stream all the time. Can we give him some love and go send him a follow? I'm going to shout him out. Shout out Jason. If he's going to be streaming, then we're going to be rating him sometime because he's hanging out here all the time. Oops. Shout out with a T. Shout out to Jason. Okay, whatever. Oh, really? Okay, thank you. Hold on. I'm going to start streaming soon again. I mean, Sly, that'd be pretty sick. A large flatbed trailer. Yo, that is interesting. What the hell's happening there? What's happening there, Sly? No problem, Jason. No problem. Hear me out. We put a hot tub on the back of the trailer, set up a small bar next to the trailer, then we live stream a hot tub trailer while we're driving around town, stopping to pick up randoms that will jump in the hot tub. Sly, that would probably work. The man has jokes. I think he's probably serious, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, come pick me up. Come pick me up, Sly, for sure. That's a vibe right there. That's a vibe. That stream would go off. I don't know how street legal that trailer would be, but it would be a vibe. Streaming on Kick. That seems like a Kick compatible concept, for sure. Okay, we currently have a nav drawer that opens from the left. See here. We want another one that opens from the right that should be implemented here. Let's see. Here's the unique aspect to this design, though. We need a way for other components, e.g. pages, to render to the body to the content of the config drawer. How would I achieve this? How would I achieve this? This is the good question. This is a good question because I know it can be done, and it has to do with like cascading state, I think it's called. But Jason, yes, my tools are completely cross-platform. With the Green app, I don't know what the Green app is, but yes, I want to say it is. Anything that can use a browser overlay, my tools will be compatible with that. That's all you need. You just like, you could do this with just a web browser. So it's like, it's definitely compatible with, it's OBS compatible. If you have a web browser on your computer and you can render a web browser, then you can use these tools. Absolutely. With Starlink, all is possible. Yeah, they're pretty good. I'm not sure Twitch is ready for Sly in a bikini. I think he'd be wearing a mankini, crazy. Yep. Twitch doesn't like when you say that. Look, I don't know. They can't like put their head in the sand and pretend that another platform doesn't exist. It's they may not like it, but that's the reality. That's the reality of it. I'd hire an actor to play me, of course, and miss out on all the fun, Sly. What's that about? You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. Nicholas, thank you again for the follow, 15 minutes ago. And KXS and Zamor, man, that like I love, that's the best thing about raids, is getting new follows. If there's anybody who's like enjoying the content here and came in with the raid, like follows count for a lot, but I'm really glad that you guys liked what we're doing here enough to follow along. If you guys feel like it, you're not just lurking, introduce yourselves and get to know the community here, because there's a bit of overlap with Lisa's, but there's also some cool people like Goldie and Sly and Lucario and Crazy and like all these guys who are around all the time, and I'm sure they'd love to introduce themselves as well. You got a KXS follow. That's big. That's Lufu's editor. Yo, I met him like the day before yesterday. When I read it, I was like, is that the KXS? And he even knew the kind of content that we created. He was like, YouTube programming streams, right? And I was like, yes, thank you for knowing that. I'm flattered. The French guy, yeah, he was awesome. I really liked him. I don't know if he's still around, but that's really cool. Does he stream? I feel like he might. I mean, yeah. Shout out to KSX. That guy was a legend. He would like, yeah, had a lot of fun. He is a very good dude. This is so streamer knows everyone IRL. Well, look, Lazmat, I went to a wedding recently and he was there. So it's like, yeah, it was really cool to meet him. Really cool. Classy looking dude. Really classy looking dude. And the accent, oh, nice accent, man. You can't really go past an accent like that. The Aussie accent, I'm sure people like it in France, but over here, it's I've been following since 2018 and I've never seen a KXS stream. Well, I think it's because he's a freaking awesome editor. The dude's just probably always sitting there in DaVinci Resolve, like editing all the Lufu's amazingness. It's mashup man. Yeah, we don't talk about that incident here, mashup man. We're trying to outlive it. Wait, it was not. I just wish I hadn't done that. Wish I hadn't done that. I feel like the timing of it wasn't too bad though. It wasn't too bad. It could have been way worse. It could have been way worse, mashup man. Could have been way worse. All right, so we should probably be following along to see what it's thinking. Um, Inspecting services and injection patterns, service design options. Add surface extensions. We don't want no service extension stuff. We don't need services. Um, it's talking about main layout, which is good. It should be thinking about that. Chat will never let you live it down. Ugh. Ugh. I got shit for talking about the wedding at PAX IRL stream. Didn't know it wasn't public info? I also didn't know that. I feel like, they're posting on social media and stuff about it. The fact that it's happening is known. And then it was like, everybody went. So how can they not say it was the most amazing wedding they've ever been to, which legit was the case. All right. Config drawer is implemented. How are they implementing it? I must know. This is going to be really interesting. There, the content, the render fragment. That's good. That's good. Draw section. Interesting. Because that's important to keep in mind. We've got this little. We've got the data and we've got the appearance. And I feel like we definitely need the two sections. So that's the spec I should have given it. Because now we're just going to have to go back and do another pass at this. All right, how did it change main layout? Let's go have a look at all changes. I hope it didn't change main layout much. It looks like it didn't. 12 additions, 9 removals. So only 3 new lines, kinda. Config draw razor, okay. View all changes. Some of us guessed it. Right. Yeah. That's all I have said, basically, Jason, that it was freaking amazing, which is very true. Okay. It's making some big changes. Introducing a controller. Why a controller? Yo, no. 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 I don't like it. Oh, actually, maybe I do like it. This is a cool idea. How does it get used? That's what I want to know. Maybe this is terrible. I need to see how it gets used. I suspect it's terrible, but we're about to find out. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. It seems wrong. This seems really wrong. It could work though. It could actually work. That's the scary thing. Exactly, Jason. Why do we need a controller? I well, what I think it's trying to do, what I'm trying to do is from any component, I want to be able to render. So here, the problem is this. The problem is this. You got this like main layout where there's nav draw, and here this is the cascading value that I was expecting to see. Um, yeah, I don't know about the controller though. So what it has is the nav draw, and then I mean, why is that cascading value there and not? So what I want to be able to do is from any component. So say I'm talking about like the goal creator, I want to be able to render to the component in the side with content from inside the main area. So imagine something here wants to be able to tell things on the side what's happening. It's controller. I hardly know her. Funny, funny. I see what you did there. Um, Sly, back to your new meta. I'm thinking I can add another try like a food truck and tacos and nachos. Can't go past the nachos. Can't go past the nachos for the food truck. For sure. For sure. Hold on. Rambled through her week plans and brought it up for a second. I mean, I need briefings. I need briefings on events to know when you can and can't talk about a thing. I'm just like not going to talk about anything ever. That's my solution. That's my solution to this problem, guys. That is my solution to this problem. Um, yeah, right. Um, okay, so yeah, so that it's a really good question. Who asked the smart question? It was Jason. Yep. And I think it's like, I don't know about this. I really don't know about this. I'm concerned. I'm concerned with that cascading value. It just seems not neat. If anything, that can go below it, even though it doesn't need it. I shouldn't mess with this while it's still finishing the code. It's finished. All right, so it is. Let's stick that there so it at least it reads with a little more symmetry. And let's rerun and see what happens. Like, where's the button for it though? That's a good question. That's a very legit question. Okay. So there we go. I don't see no button. See where it is on the goals page. I see no button. Let's see it. Let's let it explain itself and see. Added a controller back right side config drawer so that you can project that so that pages can project their own content. Cool. Key updates. Rewrote the component as a right anchored mud drawer, wiring it to a controller, handling the close events, and rendering the projected content with a fallback message. I don't see no fallback message. Introduce a small controller that tracks the current owner/content, exposes the open, close, clear helpers, and raises change notifications with the draw UI. Added a helper component that pages can drop into their markup to register a draw content declaratively. Auto opens, cleans up on dispose. Sounds good. Now instantiates the controller, cascades it to the page content, and passes it to the drawers so all descendants can participate. Cool. Usage /example. Page body here. Config draw section. Nice. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. For more control, pull the cascade directly. Cascading parameter. That's cool and handy. I get that. So let's just try this. Let's just try this and see what happens. So let's go to the goal creator. And somewhere like here down the bottom, let's go copy this content and put it there. Find checked. Nah, I don't really want. It's misunderstood. Oh, maybe I actually didn't clearly give it instructions about how to expand and collapse. But hold on. Let's just make this true. And then we get rid of bind and just make it checked. Does that work? Checked. The probably value. Value is true. There we go. Let's try that. See if that works. What problem? It's on the controller. Hold on. Sure, nobody adds a command to open this link. That'd be such a shame. Recent experience has taught me not to click random links. You're off to bed, Jason. Have a good night, man. See you soon, dude. See you soon. Oh, yo, look. Yo, thank you for the follow. I love this name. Dill Roopers. Dill Roopers, thank you, man. Thank you. Okay, so that kind of works, that side panel. So when you render example settings, that's coming up here. That's cool. That's cool. So, I mean, this is exactly the kind of behavior that I want to see. So, Dilroop US, that's my name. Nice to meet you, Dilroop. Thank you for the follow, man, and thank you for saying hi in the chat. How are you? How are you? Have you been enjoying the stream so far? Are you a techie kind of person? You're following what's going on, or you're just curious and liking the vibes? How are you, man? Already sent to him. We watched it live. Should we watch it again? What is it? What is it? Mashup man, tell me if tell me what I'm getting into if I click that. And Jason's also got a link here, and he got timed out. I guess he isn't subbed. He sure would be a shame if it became hashtag never forget. That's Lufu's. Oh, yeah, nah. It's all right. We can watch it just one more time. "10 months of work." I'm glad she at least could make a short out of it. See, she kind of leaked it herself. No. She was talking about it. Oh, no. Yeah, slow motion train wreck. Oh, dude. Slow motion train wreck. Yep. That was a moment. I know, Sergius. I know. I'll never live it down. Pretty cool event, though. Pretty cool of her. Pretty into, yeah. I've been drinking that stuff a lot. Like, I feel like I should have been punished, but instead I was rewarded with so much delicious. Mostly it was Fastby and Dev getting all of the, but we just got a fridge full of the stuff. It was great. That's why I don't have friends, so no one can leak my stuff. It's yeah, that's not good. That's not good mashup, man. That's bad. Always one. I'm learning now. Just STFU, just STFU, and yeah, it's that's the way to do it. Just hold your mouth, hold your tongue, and you know, we'll learn. I'll learn one of these days. Nothing to see here, folks. The drink is great. The drink is actually like legit good. I'm annoyed that we ran out. I really want more. Um, okay, so I can work with this. I can actually work with this. I don't mind the solution that it's come up with. So the one thing I'm if anything, I'm actually going to check in some code. Let's clean up our environment a little. All right, just one window here. I'm going to bring up Fork. We're going to check in our code. And now the next thing to do is, so I would like a button that's always present to expand the right. Actually, do I even want that? Whenever the config drawer renders, I would like it to be possible to click a button on the left side of the drawer that expands and contracts it. It should always be on the drawer, and it should always be on the right. Hold on. Always be fixed to the left side of the drawer. For reference on how this should look, see here. All right, where are we? Then we can pull up this mod icon button. And then, yeah, let's let it have a shot at this. We've checked in all our changes. So if you haven't seen the Rifkin clip of Fastfee, you've got to watch it. No, I haven't. All right. Goldie whitelisted it. All right, hold up. Was this of today's stream? Something. Don't mind if I do. Yes. That's so good. Oh man. So many Simpsons references when we were growing up. That's so good. That's so good. Yeah, nice. She said that with such perfect timing off the cuff. Exactly. It's because I used to say that over and over when we were kids, and I'm claiming the credit for that one. She picked that one up from me, guys. For sure. For sure. But her execution, very good. She put it to the clip with no editing. Nice. Nice. The Halloween episodes were bangers. Yeah, they really, really were. That one really riffed on that Kubrick film. What was it? The Cabin Fever one with yeah, it was a really, really, really good episode. There were so many great episodes like that. The Treehouse of Horrors. Yeah, that sounds right, Crazy. That sounds right. That's probably the one. That's probably the one. The Shining is the movie. Exactly, Jason. That's what I was thinking of. Yep. Great movie, by the way. Really great movie. Does it have an idea of what to do here? I'll be okay. It didn't take very long to do that. Add a collapsible handle directly to the config drawer so users can shrink and expand it without leaving the drawer. Yep. Supplies the position transform styles to keep the button fixed to the drawers. We'll see about this. We'll see if it actually does. I feel like this one, if it's actually doing it, then I'm impressed. Because we tried a bit to do this already and it was hard. All right, let's just have a quick look at the... All right. Okay, we'll see. This is where it's going to be doing its thing. This is where the magic will happen if it happens at all. Yeah, Doctor Sleep was a good follow-up. Doctor Sleep. I don't remember Doctor Sleep. Is that a Simpsons episode? All right, expandy, contracty. Nice. Goals. Okay. No. But I kind of really love that it, like, when you go to goals, it just like appears there. So nope. No likey, no worky. Should we revert? Yeah, let's undo all of it. And then just try it again, right? That didn't properly revert. Discard that. That didn't work. Instead, it put the button at the top of the drawer and clicking it did not expand and contract it. Have another go. Hello. Hello, fellow fragile human being. How are you? Or have our robot overlords entered the chat? New line. Crazy. Nice callback. Nice callback to the last stream. That was worth a clip. Somebody clipped that, didn't they? I think somebody clipped that. That was a hilarious moment. We need to turn that into a short or something. That was yeah, it really broke. You did. Thank you, Goldie. Thank you. Yeah, hello. Tazdik speak. Yep, I think I got that right. Welcome to the chat, man. Thanks for the first message. How are you this fine day? We're getting so many new people coming through. Dilrupas, we're getting what you cooking? What's cooking good looking? We are working on this thing, and we did that thing on the right, and a bunch of other stuff. At the moment, we're kind of like, we're working on improving the layout of the tools that enable you to edit those. So like there's some features here. So things like this sub leaderboard and a goal tracker that allow you to, like, you know, say what your goals are from stream, and then there's custom chat. You know, the chat that you see down the bottom, all the Simba, all the light touches on this stream we have made here ourselves. Yep. So that's what we're cooking. We're kind of like making stream tools while we stream. We're streaming, making stream tools. Yeah, for a little while longer, at least until I finish off these basic features, get people all the good things they need to have successful subathons, mostly the sub goal thing and the sub leaderboard. I want to finish those things off. Is it a side project, or it's going to become your main thing? I mean, my main thing is this. This is my company, Actuator Digital, where we make computer games and a lot of software. Recently, I've been getting really into like content creation as a way of promoting the games that we make. But, you know, we've been working on lots of things like drone simulators. So my company is my main source of income, and the thing that I do with most of my time. And so streams are, you know, more and more I'm really enjoying it, and it's becoming more and more viable. The stream is doing really, really well. So that's very exciting for me. But yeah, in my day job at the moment, this is our drone flight simulator, but we're also doing drone automation at work. at my company. So it's yeah. So I've got a team of developers, and we do all sorts of cool things like games and toys, and we help out content creators with other content like The Wanted. I should definitely shout that channel out. Go check out those guys on YouTube. But we also have a game called On Point, which is a VR light gun shooter. If you feel nostalgic for things like Point Blank and for Time Crisis, then yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Tazdiz speaks. You can always apply to the company. You can always, go to our contact and there's, I think there's even a section. People send in their resumes all the time. You're very welcome to send in a resume if you think you're a good fit for the team. I would definitely encourage you to do that if you think that's something you'd be down to do. But we do mostly hire locals in Australia, in the Brisbane area. We do have a bit of a philosophy of trying to keep many of the staff, not all of them. I'm in Melbourne, and some of the operational staff are also in Melbourne, but I also spend a lot of time in Brisbane as well. So it's, yeah, you're welcome to apply though. Welcome to apply though, dude. And yeah, just like if you've got a lot of web development experience or Unity development experience or Unreal Engine experience or some really impressive game development portfolio, it can be a good idea to do it for sure. All right, where are we at with this? It had another go and it didn't make nearly as many changes, which could be a good thing because less is more. Less is more when we're talking about code. Let's see, what did it do? It set its width. All right, let's just give it a rerun and see. Okay, rerunning. And goals. Ooh, that's different. That definitely did not work. That definitely didn't work. That went to hell in a handbasket pretty quick. Am I fragile? Interesting. I am a frail human, as you stated with the entrance that you made. I would say yes. It's perfect. AI is ready to replace us. Yeah, Lasmat, it didn't kill it with this one. Not gonna lie. There's some room for improvement here. I, for one, welcome our robot overlords when they finally are upon us, but that day is not today. Okay, so we probably need to know we're going to be operators between code and AI. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm with you, actually. I think Tazdik is onto it with that one. For a long time still, at least. All right, where are we? So, on parameter set. Okay, is this the cascading config draw section? Where's that used? Let's go understand what's actually happening here. So here it is. Example settings, config draw. Config draw section is how we actually inject into it. Yes. All right, so we're going to have to do our own version of this, I think. So what we can do here is config draw dot. I mean, we can refactor this to have a toggle. Let's make it close for now, and then we'll refactor to have a toggle. And we'll just see where this button appears. And oh, before we do that, we need to make this right aligned. And we probably should make this, just change this code so it's a little more concise, even if we put it in a little wrapper. All right, so here's our button, right aligned button. This one up the top can go. I'm surprised it hasn't already gone. let's go look at our code changes because I don't know where the button's actually coming from now. The config drawer. It must be somewhere. There it is. And we can also pare it back a fair bit as well. I'm pretty sure a lot of what it's done here is like overkill. So let's go into config drawer. Oh, not that. Config drawer. I think this is the one that's kind of jank. What else have we got? Yeah, it's doing some really, really weird CSS. I don't like it. We might have to just like extract the core principles of this thing and get rid of the rest. Okay, where is it? There we go. Did I make that close? Yes, but that was what we wanted. Is it actually working? Right, we need to turn that into a toggle. So, ugh. All right, where is our toggle drawer? It should be as simple as this, honestly. Yo, mashup man, you got the little hacker man's fast going on there. Config drawer. Oh, it actually has it has this. So where is that? We can call that from main layout. Can we? Hold on. What was I just looking at? Config drawer. Yeah. It's private. Right. Where are we? In here. Handle toggle clicked. Still not. What type is config drawer? It's the controller. It's the controller. Right. Config drawer controller. Yeah, I don't know about this controller, honestly. I don't think we need the controller at all. What does it even do? Yeah, all right, so hold on. We've introduced the cascading parameter, but the thing we're passing down is a controller. I believe the controller is far more complicated than we need. Remove it entirely. How are we actually doing the render though? That's the thing I wanna check. Most of the methods are not used. I'm quite sure we can do it without the controller. The controller is not necessary and adds more complication than we actually need. Refactor this to work without the controller. There we go. Let's let it have a shot at that. Oh. So how are we doing? 1:25 a.m. I do have a big meeting at some point tomorrow. Let me just check what time that is. Here and let's see that. Don't show that. It is 11:30. 11:30. Okay, I've got time. So we can go a fair bit longer. A little bit. You sent me a DM to read? Okay, noted, Goldie. Thank you. I'll check it out. So that arrow should turn like left and right. And its offset should change a little. Oh, look. Both of these are no longer fixed. It did some weird refactoring there. That's all right. We can change it. And then this is rendering even when it's not present, which is wrong, but it's fine. Oh God, Christmas already. Yeah, it's coming up fast, isn't it? Crazy. In no time it'll be Christmas. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts how fast time flies. So let's see. How's it all going? So that, yeah, that all works. Where's Codex and what's it up to? I'm optimistic that this will make some like good changes. I mean, it's got rid of the CSS. That's a good change. Account is 5 days old and asking for jobs on Twitch seems sussy to me. Yeah, you might be right, Goldie. You might be right. Also, I've seen that first message before in here. We've seen a lot that are like that, haven't we, Sly? I can think about that yet. I'm on like 5x right now. What do you mean 5x? The dialect is familiar? Yeah, copy pastas. Could be. Could be. It's one way to make an impression, to make an entrance, right? Says something strange and unusual. All right, how's it going? Deleting. Yeah, it's deleting lots of stuff. We like that. We like that. Though, what did it add here? Config draw section. It's got its render fragment, but like, what's it actually doing in that render fragment? Updating main layout. Has it updated main layout? Codex diff. Let's see. I hope that's not main layout. It's removed a lot and added 90 lines. That's good. It rewrote it, but with way less. That's what we want. We want it to be simpler and more concise. The time is on 5x. Also, Fragile Human, I have seen in here a few times before. I mean, if anybody's gonna like pretend to be a bot, I feel like that's a kind of like an obvious way to be like, hi, I'm a bot. I'm calling you a Fragile Human. It's that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Yeah, for sure. You know, one feature I really want to add, guys. I don't know, and like, let me know your opinion about this. But I'm thinking it would be really cool. So see how in chat we have our like we got the little profile icons. Everybody has their own profile icon. I'm thinking in the working section right now. I've got this here, but wouldn't it be cool if we like had this whole grid, this whole space here? What if we filled that with the icons of viewers? Wouldn't that kind of be sick? You'd be able to like, you'd be kind of able to see like an overview of who's participating in the like who's lurking and that kind of thing. Maybe we could filter the most active users to the top of it and then just like have the least active down the bottom. It's just like little tools like that, like little ideas like that. When we've got all the baseline done, yeah, the subs, mods, yeah, all that kind of stuff, so that we can kind of just see like who's in the stream at a given time. We can kind of like populate that section with, brings more like people kind of like into the experience. Because right now, for instance, we've kind of got that timestamp at the top that says like when the thing's happening. Wouldn't it be cool to also just show like who's here, like have it burned into the stream to be like who is there to see the thing? I think that's pretty cool. Because like you're here all the time, right, Goldie? Wouldn't it be cool to, yeah, Snolzy's here. Yo, Snolzy, how you doing, man? Welcome back. But like, wouldn't that be cool to have your icon built into it, like burnt into the stream? It's a cool idea. Yeah, I think so too. And it wouldn't even be like legit. Wouldn't even be that hard to do. I think that'd be a really cool thing to implement. Another idea for the backlog, right? Another idea for the backlog. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, dude. Yeah, thank you for the look. How's your day been, man? You're back at it. How's your computer science degree coming along, man? I'm super curious to know how that's progressing. It was object oriented programming that you're going to be doing soon, right? It's I've been playing Arc Raiders. Cool. Nice. We'll make it and break it and spend 2 weeks fixing it. Yeah, look, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. But like, maybe if we implement it well enough, it won't break. We'll see. We'll see. You never know. You never know. All right. How is this going? Because this has been thinking for quite a while, and I like how much it's removed. It's removing a lot, but I hope it leaves it in a working state. There's some really good AIs that can allow you to process in parallel, so you can give it multiple tasks at a time. And I really want to start experimenting with those. Hey, look who it is! Look who it is! Hello, Gorky. How you doing? How is my favorite fork doing? Uh, do I know who Boys to Men are? No, I can't say I do. Can't say I do know. Who are they? Who are they? It's actually been good. I get distracted by Arc Raiders, so I need to check out Arc Raiders, man. What's that about? A boy band? Uh, that's is it 90s RNG? Oh, it actually is. It actually is. That's hilarious. I didn't expect that. Okay, so God damn it. I was so optimistic when it had a vertical scroll here. Uh, I mean, look that this is working now. That's working in a fixed way. No, it's not. I lied. But this is the solution. I really do feel like this is the solution. The outer scroll and inner scroll. If this outer scroll we limit to 100%, then that's going to be a smart solution. It's completely broke, but I think it might be onto something with what it's done on the left here, right? You saw them live yesterday. Okay. It's a PvPvE extraction shooter. That sounds fun, man. Hold on. Arc Raiders. Yo, it's a fancy looking game. Um, that's not gameplay footage, is it? Yo, it might actually be. That looks pretty cool. $60. Oof. We could actually play this on this sick PC. Oh, very tempted. Very tempted. That'd be cool. Dude, that game looks amazing. I've really been meaning to get a game to put this computer through its paces. All right, so... All right, so look, I'm going to lean into this. I'm going to lean into this. Let's say... this change is good in that it makes the center section... What's it called? Let's get the right terminology. That it gets the mud main content. That it gets the mud main content to overflow vertically when its content is greater than the height of that element. However, we still have a second scroll bar for the main page, which we want to get rid of and restrict to 100% view height. To 100 VH. The outer page should never have any scrolling, where all of the scrolling should be within the... What was it called? The main mud contents. We've also broken the behavior of the right drawer. That now no longer works like it used to and is floating down the bottom of the page. This should be fixed to the right as it was earlier. Fix the behavior you broke. All right, there we go. Arc Raiders is great for clips. Some games are just better for clipping. Yeah. How you doing, by the way, Night Streamer? Good to see you, man. Arc Raiders looks fun. Looks fun. The thing is, though, the thing is, guys, every time I stream a game, like the views go down. Legit. People don't really care about me. Like it happened with WoW. When I was playing WoW or Megabonk recently, like the numbers didn't really hold very well. I think what I do that's pretty interesting is code, right? And I'm good at it too. I'm good at coding and talking to people and staying engaged with chat. It's that was WoW though. You're okay, just like I really appreciate the work, man. That's very cool of you. Thank you. WoW will do that to views. You think so? I mean, some people are really good at WoW and like they stream really, really well. Fast has really big WoW streams, for instance. Kaz too. You know, maybe it's just like maybe it's not my game. Are you guys saying you want to watch me? You want to see me play a different game? Because like we could try it again. We could try another game sometime. But I actually feel like if I'm gonna get ahead in life, it's gonna be making cool things, making games even. Yeah, you've now got the coding algorithm, so people may not want to watch me play games. Exactly. That's very true. And honestly, I kind of enjoy coding. I kind of enjoy creating things as much as I do making games anyway. So I think like if I make my own game, that's going to be really, really entertaining. Oh, Fastest numbers were down when she played WoW. Oh, there you go. Since there's a proximity chat, I found Poya yesterday while fighting other squads. No way. What are the odds? It wouldn't hurt to experiment. That's true. That's true. Hey, it's Dolly. How you doing, Dolly? Good to see you. Good to see you. Were you like? How you going? You're showing up kind of late. Were you streaming? I didn't see you on the list. I know you weren't streaming. How are you? Welcome to the stream. I think I'm gonna go a little late today. I'm gonna be sneaky and stay late. We had some really good raids. I'm being pretty productive, so I'm pretty down to stay chatting. You were playing Escape Simulator? Yo, guys, I went to an escape room with Dolly, and she was so fucking good at it. She was solving everything left, right, and center. She was figuring it all out, communicating with everyone. Is it anything like that, Dolly? Was it an escape room simulator? Is that what Escape Simulator is? If so, that's real cool. That's really cool. Is it multiplayer? I don't know what Escape Simulator is, but that's cool. Literally one of Crazy's favorite games. Nice. It is. Yo, that's sick. We should play together. We were just talking about me playing more computer games instead of like spending all my time making stuff. And like maybe I absolutely should. I think that'd be really fun. I'd be down. I'd be down. We should do that. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. We just had a bit of a detour to check out a different game. So let's see. Escape Simulator. Escape. Escape Simulator. Okay. All right. So it is literally just a digital escape room. That's no, not that. It's going to be this one. That's a cool concept. Yeah, I'm into it. I think that'd be fun. That'd be really fun. Escape Sim 2. There's a sequel. All right, all right. I see. Okay, what's happening there? It's starting to make changes. God, I hope it makes the right changes here, because if this doesn't go well, I'm going to have to discard it. I hope it knows what I'm talking about. I hope I was explaining myself well enough. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I'm just right now I'm in the mood to chat, right? I kind of just want to like engage with chat and let the AI do the thinking for me for a little bit. It's I don't know how many people can play it at once though. Is it multiplayer? Is it multiplayer, Dolly? If it is, that might be really fun. I think that's a cool idea. I had so much fun playing escape rooms, like playing that escape room. It is. All right, cool. Not gonna lie, when I watched Fast play it, 98% of the puzzles went over my head. I think I'm done when it comes to those type of games. You kind of have to be in it though, Goldie. When you can control the flow of information and like how you're thinking things through, I think it's much easier, right? Spectating an escape room must be the most frustrating experience. It's okay. Lufu and Lisa played together. That sounds good. I mean, if they enjoyed it, there's a huge gap between all coders and pirate, as in like pirate who, like pirate software, or it would be interesting if you could find an exploit a niche there, and exploit a niche there. Are you talking Night Streamer? Are you talking about like playing games and like finding a game that's a good niche and just like playing a game and like I hear you. I hear you. I feel like the way I need to do that though is like with my own game. I really would love to build a game and spend like, spend my time both building and then playing a game. The thing is you get caught up in playing the experience. Yeah, that pirate. Yep. I mean that guy was a game streamer, not really a game. He's really not a software and game development streamer. Like I tuned in a few times when he was doing like software and game development in that category, and it like he was never actually coding. He always just had some like YAML file open while he was just yapping. That's the thing about his content. I think he was more just chatting. Whenever he was coding, he was just chatting. You could be treading your own path. There's potential. Well, yeah. I mean, potentially, you're right. I mean, if all of you guys are telling me you want to see games get played, I might play more games. I just feel like every time I've done it, the streams haven't been really good. Like, they just, yeah, they don't hold up. The only stream I can think of was when I introduced you guys to Danzy. That was one programming stream that went quite well. The rest, not so much. Okay, hold on. Where'd the other button go? There's got to be more than one button here, right? I don't like that it split these buttons up. It makes less intuitive sense. Never heard of him. Sly. Every time. That joke never gets old. That never gets old. All right. Reload. God, I hope it actually got it right. And I need to actually... because this is affecting the main layout of the program. The main layout of the program is changing with this. I think I actually need to pay attention to this change and read it through and understand, because I don't want to accept it if it, if it breaks, if it messes this main code up. Like this is a red flag to me. This code here is a red flag. It's using like, it's doing a lot of the heavy lifting with CSS, and that's a bad thing. And it didn't do what I said at all, and it broke this. So that's sad. Oh, actually, it kind of did. No, it didn't. How did it do that? How did it even achieve this? That's really interesting. This thing is just... disappointing. Sometimes it's a tango, man. It feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. This is definitely a 1 step back moment. It's using weird CSS conventions too. It's doing more of this with CSS than it really should. Like maybe, but I don't know. It did get rid of the controller, at least. I probably need to actually look at this and think hard about it. Okay, it put a bunch of logic in the main layout, which is never good. No. It really just messed up the main layout as well. Okay, so surely in config drawer is where that button is now. Okay, here's the mud drawer. Draw class. Why is that a property? I'm tempted to just like delete it, I think, and start over. Okay, I like watching Asmongold's opinion on gaming in the morning. I think people might like to listen to your opinions on the gaming industry. Yeah, for sure, Night Streamer. I think like sometimes I have something useful to say, but it's usually in the context of the Australian games industry specifically, where I actually know a bit about what I'm talking about there. I don't know if I have like valuable opinions on the game industry internationally. I mean, there are probably people with a better take than me on that. But in terms of games in Australia, definitely I think that could be interesting. Yep. So does Asmond just do more like just chatting type streams? He has some good takes sometimes, but his chat is out of control and he has super bad takes. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I feel like if anybody's going to have an opinion, like have a big opinion, they're going to have like, sometimes they're going to be really, really right and sometimes they're going to be really, really wrong. All right. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm tempted to just discard all this change. Um, that's painful because we kind of actually had something going here. And maybe I should have stashed the changes or something in case I wanted to roll back, but um, all right, maybe we try and persevere. Let's give it one more shot and push through. So some of the issues that we have here, let's see. I do like this, that nav drawer and config drawer are next to one another. Let's have a look. So where is it? Nav drawer and config drawer. We've got mud main content. So right now, the main layout, right now with the changes you've made, the main layout is becoming very cluttered with logic related to opening and closing drawers. This is a really bad thing. The main layout should be clear and clean, easy to understand, since it's such a central part of the application. Clean the logic in this component up so that it's simple and uncomplicated with the logic related to the drawers. Wherever possible, move the logic related to the drawers into the drawers themselves. Including the buttons. Focus on clean code. Let's have a shot with that. He seems like a... okay, hold on. Asmod is a yeah, okay, I see why Automod held that one back, but like, okay, Sly doesn't like him. He seems like an awful human. Sometimes he's got takes on like immigration that seem kind of like, I don't know, let's just say they're not progressive. So I don't know, and like he's also on like gender issues. He seems like he has some hot takes maybe, but that happens with huge streamers. They go nuts. Not all of them. Not all of them. Sometimes like they stay really down earth. Look at like, you know, look at Fruity, and you know, I think like Lannon, Laserbeam, despite his brand being really, really, really big, in a lot of ways, the dude's actually really like grounded and down to earth. He's actually like a, you know, his persona is really out there, but who he is as a human, I think he's like actually he's not off the rails, right? In a way, he's really like quite a grounded dude. So it's like sometimes people go like really off the rails. You're right, but sometimes like people deal well with their success and they turn it into good. It's for some reason it's because he's part owner of a publishing company, so he seems like his chat doesn't and has wild takes. I didn't even know that. Like, you mean like a games publishing company, Goldie? That's pretty interesting. Yeah, he's controversial. Obviously, Seb would be a carbon copy. Pirate and Asmund show the potential. Seb would be different. I mean, I'd like to think so. I like to think so. Also, I'm not like, I don't think, you know, those people might be, I don't know, actually, maybe not. Maybe they're finding their success at a younger time where they have less life experience to, I feel like my opinions are pretty well formed and they're kind of based, right? That's literally the reason I called the stream based code is because I want my opinions to be grounded in reality. I want them to be like real takes. I want to always be based, right? It's Panda's pretty grounded too. Yeah, I think Panda is an amazing human, right? He's like always, he's the one of those like never judge a book by its cover type of people, you know? Um, he named his WoW character after a mass shooter. Did he? Oh man, I didn't even want to ask what one, but that's a pretty relevant key. That's a relevant bit of information there, Mr. Reboot. And thank you for jumping into the chat and contributing too, man. Nice to meet you. Um, but yeah, that does tell you something about a person. Like I feel like people that do those mass shootings should not be remembered, and naming it like that is not I'm sure he thinks it's hilarious, but that's kind of, yeah, in many ways, yeah, I wouldn't do that. Let's just say that. I don't think I'd ever do that. Um, Huge chat streams. There are so many of them. It's hard to control those massive. Yeah, yeah. I kind of like that we're not a huge stream like that. We're nice than we're pretty based. We're pretty small, and like I love the community here. Right. Imagine if the stream got really big. Like you guys would lose your voices a little bit in all of the noise. That said, you know what we do? We'd write special tools. We'd write special tools to make the core members still stand out, right? I feel like we could have another 100 people here, and I could write tools to filter the noise down to the people that really matter so that I actually get your chats, We can do some cool things here because we control we control we control our own experience by writing custom Twitch stuff. Hey, Mr. Reboot, you're asking some cool questions here. Do I prefer Blazor because of my previous C# experience? I'm more of a JavaScript PHP, but this looks interesting. Yeah, honestly, I am probably a little bit biased because of my previous C# experience, but let me sell Blazor to you in a few other respects, right? Look at the architecture here. If I look at this project, I have intentionally split things out into different domains, but essentially all of this stuff, it's like it all just depends on this presentation layer. And the beautiful thing about it is I don't have a server and a client. I just have a server that serves the information, and the state is server side rendered, but the interactivity, it behaves like it's client side. So I'm clicking things here and like very immediately things are re-rendering, but there isn't like what's happening here. If I look at the network, go have a look. Like here, if I restart, you'll notice that it negotiates, and then it creates a connection here with, where is it? Here, if I look at there it is. This Blazor connection, see how it's constantly sending binary messages back and forth? It's like actually reflecting changes and keeping a circuit between the client and host, and my clicks are getting sent to the server. The change is being re-rendered, and then a diff of what changed between the last version of the page and the new version of the page is being sent back over the wire, like actually over the network in binary data, and then the page re-renders. And so this means things like security, it's really easy, right? Because I don't have to like worry about, I'm not sending tokens back and forth. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm just being like, if the person is signed in and the server recognizes the connection, now I can just render in the UI things that relate to the person. And it's not like I'm worrying about leaking information or any of that. It's quite a nice architecture. It's really a nice architecture because you don't have to worry about the nuances of client and server side. And then the fact that you can use C# means I can make complicated libraries that do things like one of the other things we've made in this stream was a AI swear jar, right? That's a pretty hard thing to implement in JavaScript, but it was really easy to do in C# because I could just lean on all of these server-side libraries and just create a signal R channel between serialize the microphone information, send it to the back end, process it all in the same language, the same tech stack, So there are advantages to it, Mr. Reboot. There's some pretty cool things that you get when you choose this tech stack, but there are some really bad trade-offs too. The thing I really don't like is every time I make a change, I have to like rerun here because this watch run is the equivalent of what React does, where it recognizes DOM changes and re-renders like as you change your code. So the iteration loop between changes and seeing the change is a lot slower. So that's the big downside, I think. That's the really big downside with this architecture. So serve her, I don't even know her. Oh, Penny. It's some people are missing the point. The discussion isn't about individuals per se. It's about the gaming zeitgeist, and Seb could tap into a tiny percentage of it. Yeah, I mean that's a cool take. Snolzy, yo, 7 stream streak. Thank you, dude. Dude. Snolzy, where you at? Where you at? Let me hit you with another one of these. I know I do it way too often. It's gonna stop being special if I do it too damn often, but still, thank you, dude. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. And thank you for the comment, man. That's pretty neat. The server is free, I assume. I mean, I'm self-hosting, right? Mr. Reboot, I'm just running this on. I'll show you the server. Where is it? Right now, it's just a Linux server in the cloud. It's here. I shouldn't have done that. But I'm just like SSHing into a server, and then I'm running it on the server. So you can self-host. There are some hosting providers, but I just like a little bit more control. So I'm self-hosting, and because it's the newer .NET, it can run in .NET Core, so I can run it on Linux no problem. So the hosting costs are very low compared to a lot of other things. And I'm not locked into any one provider. I can just anywhere I can host a Linux server. I can like this server is it could run in the cloud. It can run on a just a box sitting in my at my office. It could I can host it very, very flexibly. It's a little bit more complicated because you need to know how to do like Linux server administration. But on the whole, I think it's the servers it's pretty easy to serve the data and to create a good server. So it's always special. Yeah, thanks, Snolzy. I'm glad you like it. I really like our little ritual as well, man. If it's up in the clouds, do you need a really long Ethernet cable? Yeah, just like kilometers. That's the biggest inconvenience, Sly, is those Cat 6 cables. They can be expensive, and you got to go all the way up into the stratosphere. And if you can get a cloud, the cumulus clouds are best. They move more slowly. It's Lazmat. Weird life hack is that you can run Blazor server in Azure or GitHub for free with an SQLite 3 as a backend. Not the best performance for lots of users, but it works just for friends. I don't necessarily know that that's true, Lazmat, with the SQLite backend. You could host like a REST API and then do Blazor WebAssembly and then host that free on like GitHub or something. But in order to store the data, there's no persistence with GitHub. Maybe with Azure, but with GitHub pages are like static hosting, and so that not so much. But you can definitely do. Actually, what's going on? It's doing its restart now. The Ethernet was originally invented to catch the ether bunny. It's just like, we just has lisps all the time. Originally, the original creator of Ethernet meant for it to be Easternet, but had a lisp and people just got it wrong. So now it's Ethernet. Is that what happened? Is that what happened, Sly? It's Lazmat. What are you talking about? If it's in GitHub pages, you can't write. How could you write to it? It's static content. That means it inherently can't change. You would need to make a new Git commit for to change the file. That's at least what I maybe I don't know what I'm. Okay, Lazmat citation needed. I want to understand how to do this, because if you can, I would do that. But I don't think that you can, because SQLite is like, you, in order to do that, you need to be able to read and write, which means executing code on a server. So static content doesn't execute code. It executes in the client, right? It executes in the browser and not on the server. That's the kind of hosting that you can do with GitHub Pages, where you host static content. Where our server, it's a running application with actual code and logic that's executing on the server. I just collect scraps along the way from the server rack decommissions. I used to do that when I was working at a computer store as a kid. Like, I built my first few computers that way. All right, hold up. We're getting very distracted with chat, where we might even have some changes to test. Here we go. Allow that to rerun. Let's see how this goes. Lasmat, can you link me to something that explains what you're talking about? Because, like, you can run GitHub Actions. That's one way to run code in GitHub, but I don't think GitHub has any kind of like always available server hosting options that I'm aware of. Azure definitely does. You can get a cloud computer in Azure, same as you could with, like, DigitalOcean, or I scored a couple of 10 gigabyte switches, fiber cables, and various FPF. Dude, that's sick. That's really cool. All right, this configuration thing is just entirely in the wrong place. What changes did it make? So let's have a look. Main layout is simpler. Config drawer. Maybe this is... layout is... Let's see. Checkerboard background. There's config drawer. There's nav drawer. I feel like the config drawer... That might actually make sense, because config drawer needs to render content. But why is it wrapping here? Yeah, this is annoying, because if I'm going to be feeling pretty defeated if I have to discard all these changes. We've been working on this feature for so long, and it's still not functioning. We had it mostly functional, and then a bunch of the AI's gone and like broken it, essentially, which is, that's our fault, because we instructed it to do it, and we didn't like check in the changes when it was kind of working. We trusted it to make an incremental change that improved it. But all right, what happened there? Okay, right. Where's the these are getting mixed up. Clicking things here should not affect the goals there. Yeah, this is broken. I'm pretty sure we have to discard these changes. I'm going to spend longer unpicking it than I would if I just started again. I hate doing this, but like, I think we kind of gotta. God damn it. All right, change is gone. Rerun. Let's see what we actually preserved. Lasmat, I'm so curious now. I'm so like super curious about how the hell you've managed to get state changes in GitHub. I don't know if you're still around, dude. I hope you've not stuck around in lurk mode. I really want to try this. I want to learn from you and figure out how to do that. That sounds really cool if you can. All right, we didn't lose everything. We've got that. I think we need a scroll view. Okay. So let's just try a new chat here. Okay, I'm searching for a blog, but I can't find any. Like no pressure, Lasmat. But if you can find out, I would actually be really, really curious and interested in that. That would be quite cool, because I host a lot of my stuff with GitHub, and at the moment there's a lot of websites that I have that are running on servers because GitHub doesn't support any of that stuff. And if I could migrate them across, it would actually be really, really, really fantastic. But to my knowledge, there's no way to allow read and write to something like an SQLite database. If that's possible, though, I'm totally doing it for at least 3 of my applications, right? At least 3 of my applications would really benefit from the kind of thing that you're talking about. So if you can find it, no pressure, but if you could find it, I'd love to entertain that. I'd love to entertain that for sure. Actually, groups never could build more houses than someone like the first guy to be alive. Hold on, what are we talking about here? Actually, groups could never build more houses than someone like the first guy to be alive. One of Dev's subs could give a bunch of employees 200 USD a month in a free Azure credits to play with shit. One of Dev's said, yeah, true. My group built more than the first and second guy combined, and even his dad. You're talking about actual house construction now? All right. So, here we are. So, at the moment, when the main content's height overflows vertically, the scroll bar... Actually, I need to think more about this. The scroll bar... I think I need to be more concise with my description here. I need to say that I just simply want a scroll bar inside of the main layout, right? The mud main content. I want a scroll bar that's limited to... When the content overflows vertically, I would like the scroll bar to be within mud main contents. We currently have that, right? But then why, if that's true, why are we seeing the scroll bar go all the way at the right, like past the main app bar? That doesn't make sense to me. So there's something going wrong here, right? Does this need to be re-rendered potentially? The chat is cooked tonight? What do you mean, crazy? I keep forgetting Seb isn't great at reading abbreviations. Yeah, sorry, Sly, if I missed something. I should check my Azure account and see what benefits I still get. Nice. Hello, Kodo. How you doing? Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay. So the vertical... When the content overflows vertically, I would like the scroll bar to be within main mud content. Right now, the scroll bar sits at the right side of the page, including the app bar. It's to the right of the app bar, where the overflow ideally would just be within the main section. The other thing here would be, I think also it would be nice if the scroll bar sat to the right of the... So there's the left and the right. Let's see, we still have these, right? There's the nav drawer and the nav config drawer. The scroll bar should be within the nav drawer and nav config drawer. Sorry, that's and config drawer. the nav drawer and config drawer should be around the, should be, okay, within the checkerboard BG, within the not outside of the nav drawer and config drawer. Let's see if it can do this. Let's see how we go with that. I think that's a decent explanation of what I'd like it to do. Not great. I've got 2 exams tomorrow. Well, let's body double, dude. Get studying. I'll be coding here. You can study. Hopefully I don't get too distracting, and like, you'll smash it, man. What exams do you have? What subjects? Good luck to you, dude. Good luck. You used to get monthly free dollars in there from my last job. Nice. I get up to 10 databases with, dude, that's a lot of compute. 100,000 vCore seconds of serverless compute for 32 gigabyte. Man, I'd be using that for Lambdas, 100%. Those things are sick. Of storage each every month for the life of your subscription. Dude, that's pretty cool. That's awesome. Clear as mud? No, that's crystal clear, dude. If you can actually access that, that's really cool. I found a Microsoft forum post that basically said you can't write to static hosting anymore. So I guess I just found and used a bug back then. Yeah, it sounds like it, Lasmat. I was so excited for a second to think that that might be possible. Thank you for doing some research, man. I really, really appreciate it. It's a shame it's not. When you said it at first, I was like, no way, that sounds too good to be true, because that would have been really, really, really cool. Yeah, that would have been really cool. Sorry to excite you. No, I appreciate you like following it up and checking it out, dude. Thanks. I really appreciate it. But you're absolutely right, though. You can do some really cool hosting where you compile your Blazor application with Blazor WebAssembly, and then you ship the whole thing, like DLLs and all, to GitHub as a statically hosted page, and then you're able to like write your C# Blazor page, and it doesn't have any like back-end logic, but all of your front-end logic, like, you can run, you could write image parsers, and you can use all these like, NuGet packages and stuff like that right there in your web browser. It's just, it doesn't have a backend, so you can't persist any data in the server side. It all has to be persisted client side, which I've done one time too. I actually used the session storage to save data for, this was for that Gilda project, for the thing that helped you like manage your budget and do your taxes. As boring as it sounds, that software, I did actually do exactly what you were describing, last Matt. And I had an architecture like that, but I was doing, it was basically a serverless DB where not serverless DB in the way that you mean there, Kodo. But I have also used their serverless DB functions as well. Yeah, that's pretty nifty. It's pretty nifty. I really like what you can do there. And the fact that you only pay for the compute that you use and the data that you use is like, really good. They can catch you out with a vCore seconds. Yeah, if you get a lot of activity on the DB, you'll chew through your allowance and get billed. Absolutely, yeah. It's the kind of thing that you need to optimize really, really well. Because I've been on a project where a mining company, which shall not be named, burnt an ungodly amount of money. By not managing their compute properly. Ooh, I don't know if I like this. It's changing site.css. That's a pretty central thing. But maybe it's actually done this. And that it's using divs here inside of our main layout. Not necessarily good. I'll forgive it if it works, but I'm not liking it so far. Currently hunting DB options for a project. I mean, what are the requirements to your project, Kodo? Because that can really help you decide what DB you should go from all of the different options. For me, I tend to go with like SQLite until it's not good enough. And then I'll move to things like, often Postgres is the way to go. Postgres is a really, really good, database option. If you're not using something like GraphQL, or it depends on the requirements for how you store your data, but ArcelorMittal, perhaps. Worked with them. Is that a database solution? Okay, what a name. Luxembourg Multinational Steel Corporation. Oh, you're talking about the mining company that. Yeah, no, it was. I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say if it was, but it wasn't them. But it's like, yeah, they. Sometimes people can be really irresponsible with how they manage cloud compute, for sure. And it was just so easy to optimize and fix the problem that they had. It was just really, really, especially when pipelines and stuff get involved, such waste, incredible waste. Okay, okay. Notice it's not scrolling vertically anymore. Let's go to chat because chat's always a really long one. Okay, cool. And then halfway down we've got this. So that's progress. Though the scroll bar didn't do what we wanted it to, right? The scroll bar is still to the right side of the page. It's that's unfortunate. For a moment I thought we actually had progress. I don't know if what I'm asking it to do is really hard or if Codex is just really bad at this type of problem. But like I'm putting it on high. I'm giving it lots of compute time. I'm letting it chew up a ton of tokens and it's not really delivering. I might need to just actually do this one myself. Like think it through, kind of delete our whole I almost need to delete this and rebuild it, I think. Which is what I started doing at the beginning of the stream. Should we take that approach? Maybe. But I think our user base has grown enough that it's not a good idea to host a single Postgres instance on VPS anymore. Dude, congratulations. That's amazing if you've managed to do that. Growing to that scale, it's not easy. Like so fantastic, dude. But you can put like you can do like sharding. I'm pretty sure Postgres is compatible with sharding, and then that's a nice way to manage it. Sharding is what you maybe want to use to once you hit those limits, and so you can do like partitioning, and it like if you break it down into smaller parts, it's like this might be a good solution if you still think that if you still want to go down the line of like a relational database and you want to you want to start to distribute your database and still stick with Postgres. That's like sharding is a way to do that, Kodo. But um, uh, I've had clients like that burning through crazy amounts of money on cloud due to poor optimization. Yeah, I know, dude. AI just dumb for UI stuff. It can, if you give it the right prompts, it can sometimes not be dumb. But in this case, it is being pretty dumb. I have a huge React code base at work. I tried to use AI several times for UI and it's always failed. Yeah, it's better for business logic. I agree. I agree with you, last Matt. Um, I'll have a look into sharding. No worries, Kodo. It might be appropriate for what you're wanting to do. They have a mining operation. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Um, okay. I was already thinking we need at least two replicas for. Yeah, yeah. I see. It's cool that your solution is at that kind of scale, Coder. That's awesome. That's really cool. I had one project where we were setting up a virtual desktop in Azure with scaling up to 200 users, 2 to 1 users for VM ratio. No way. That's crazy talk. During testing and setup, which took 6 months because of the cross delays, they didn't want scaling on. It was just, oh man, they burnt through 50K a month in compute. Insanity, Sly, insanity. That's no, that's nuts. That kind of bad design is like, that's criminal. That is criminal, dude. All right. Unhappy with these changes again. Maybe we actually just start over. Maybe we start over. I'm thinking we do it. I'm thinking we do it. So that means real focus. You're going to lose me a little bit here as I lock in. I've been really, really responsive to chat this stream, but I think if I'm going to knock out this next thing, I might even need to like Pomodoro timer and lock in to try and find a solution here, because I'll need to think pretty hard to get this right. Um, yeah, I think especially with like, I mean, this config draw thing, this kind of isn't even working, right? If I go to goals, I mean, should I think a redesign might be necessary for this. Which means locking in. I just don't want to I don't want to miss reading chat. I feel bad whenever I do that. You guys are all here to watch, and you could have bought 200 gaming laptops and sent them to users with change. Yeah, it's nuts. I don't know. I feel the worst isn't even the money, but the waste of resources and environmental impact for nothing. Yeah, I hear you, last Matt. I hear you. It's just badly designed code at that scale can really, really, really be unfortunate. All right, so let's just try. Let's just try this. We're gonna go and so in main layout, we've got main content. Cascading value might be necessary. The checkerboard. This makes logical sense. I think checkerboard is where we're going to have to go and like this here. What happens if I get rid of this? Is this even doing anything? Let's just start pairing things back. That might actually clarify things a lot, right? And this button even, I might even just get rid of it for now. Because I would like ideally to design something into the nav drawer for this. So rerun that. Where are we? So many floating windows from different run sessions. All right, here we go. All right, so that's still basically the same, still working basically the same. Let's go into the config drawer. Here's the button that's not working, so let's get rid of that. Class equals inner classes. Yo, this is just freaking gross. I think all of that actually just needs to go. So does it have a, where's the CSS even coming from? Config drawer, where is it? Is this just hallucinating? Is it hallucinating the classes? Oh, this is gross. What is it? No. We're just gonna be stripping stuff back, I think. Inner class, mud button. I mean, honestly, this just needs to be a mud drawer. The one thing it does need is this content. So we need that kind of thing. All this other stuff can go. And open is bound to open. Why does it need open and collapsed? That can go controller. Didn't we ask it to get rid of controller? I think controller can go. I don't really like the way controller functions. The worst thing about AI code and the way it just like becomes slop can be that like, even though it's slop, it works. The worst kind of code is bad code that works. It's worse than bad code that doesn't work because you tolerate it, if that makes any sense. Okay, sync from controller. What are you on about? No. You're going to go. No, you're going to go. All of that can go to. So we're just going to pare it down, make it real freaking simple. All of that. we do need the one thing we do need is content, right? This render fragment content. Where did that come from previously? Let's just make sure that we have that, because I'm guessing it's render fragment content is from controller.content. Okay, so we don't want to handle this with a controller. We just want to make this this render fragment a parameter. That's simpler, or far simpler and better. Okay, so parameter public render fragment. It needs to be a property. Get set. That could be content. Content. That title can go, and now I'm pretty sure all of this can just like go. Yeah, I didn't like the concept of a controller here when I first saw it, and I don't like it now, so we're just getting rid of that. Okay. Doesn't need disposable, that's for sure. All right, way simpler. Breakpoint's gone. All right, let's see what else broke here. So that controller, config draw. Where are you? You go. Navdraw is no longer referenced. Why not? Yes, it is. Why is that acting like it's not referenced? It's never used. It's used right here. What are you talking about? All right, cascading value. That probably might be necessary later, but we'll reintroduce it. For now, we're going to just go like simplicity. All of this, no. That button we're going to reintroduce inside of Navdraw, I think. That's how I imagine this working. Okay. Quick rerun, see if it works. All right, sorry chat, needed to log in for a moment there. Hey, let's see, we've got Tratoiki. How are you? I remember mispronouncing your name last time you were in here, dude. Good to see you again. How are you? Okay, you need them to be co-located or geodiverse for more redundancy. I mean, yeah. Look, I think like decent, like the redundancy you can handle with like, what is it? Redis? Redis caching? Things like that. If you really need that kind of, like this is a good solution for that kind of thing. If you want better caching, if you want like high performance, Redis is a really good, and also for redundancy, mostly for better performance. I think that's a really good option. Too many options. Depends on how much data loss you can allow or how much, yeah, true. Okay. It has this error, config draw section. This is the part where the cascading value actually makes sense, right? Because the config draw section, this controller was how it was sharing information, and I really actually quite liked that about it. Okay, title, open, I don't want any of that stuff. I guess on parameter set we don't want either. And we don't need to be disposable. But if we do have a cascading value, the idea would be that we consume it here, and then we can use that to... I mean, for now, I'm just going to get rid of it. I actually think that, as unfortunate as it is, this was the one part that I liked about the solution that we had there. Let's just for a start get the draw working, and then we'll deal with this later, right? Yeah, we're going to do that. So this will even go, and that means that our goal page, or was it our goal creator? I believe that's where we had our little bit of code. Here it is. So that will go to, and we'll re-implement that later. Are we back to a point of it running with just the draw? If we are, then that's fair enough. Okay, no, we've got an error. Config drawer does not have a property matching controller. There it is. So we don't want that. Rerun. If you're, you see what I mean, Lasmat? I think you were asking about like the upsides and downsides. No, it was somebody else asking about the upsides and downsides of, you know, what was nice about doing Blazor dev. And right there, that like the constant rerunning is the one thing I really don't like about it. Okay, config drawer and nav drawer. Let's go into config drawer. Open can be true for now. And then let's just deal with getting the drawer to open and close with a button first, and we'll take it from there after that. Okay, select something to configure. Nice. Okay, so in main layout, we've got our main content. I mean, the thing which might be even just worth doing here is sorting out this scroll bar, because this scroll bar, like what's going on that makes it extend up here? It should be, if anything, like down there and probably even in here. So that might be the thing that I want to deal with first, right? Mud layout. We've got mud layout. We've got our app bar. It's going to be within the authorized section. When it's not authorized, main content will take us to login. For Visual Studio, running .NET Watch from terminal instead of Visual Studio is way better. I'm not sure if the same is true with Rider. The terminal .NET Watch at least tells you if you broke and you can restart it later. I mean, let's give it a shot. So here, hold up. We can we can definitely run project presentation. Where is it? There it is. Let's give it a shot. See if it does better. It's like, yeah, I really do hate it though. I suspect if I make a change, it's gonna fail and require me to rerun it in some other, like rebuild it in a different way anyway. But we'll give it a shot. I like the suggestion, Lasmat. Thank you. Okay, drawer on the left, checker body background. Where is, like, what's doing the overflow now? Min height is 100% view height. Maybe it's that, because this is ignoring, like 100% view height there is ignoring the height of the banner, right? So this is probably an issue. Is it rerunning? I mean, why did it open a new page? Should it have just rerun this one? But I mean, at least it responded. That's progress. Okay. I mean, this is good. The min height probably didn't need that. So that's improvement. Checkerboard background is fixed. Should it be fixed? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's actually the thing causing chat to... Could be this. Let's see. Did it recognize the change? Hey, that actually reloaded kind of neatly. You might be onto something here, Lasmat. If there's no error list or compile step to show you those errors, I've never seen Blazor before. Yeah, there is. If I make a compile error, it'll show me in the command line and then wait for me to fix it before it reruns and re-renders. Geodiverse, since it would be better if it replicates, if replicas sit in the same AZs as some of my other globally distributed services. Okay, I'm currently testing out fly.io. It's a fly/proxy load balancing, and it's quite neat. No extra cost at all. Dude, that sounds pretty cool. That's really cool, Kodo. Okay, so my question is still, why is the scroll bar on the right side of the page? It should be in the center section. It really should. Um, we might need to dig into the CSS a little here. So where are we? There's the main content. Actually, interesting that it shows the... If I go main content, notice the orange extends here, but each of these drawers, they sit within under the... That's weird. I mean, this is where the overflow should happen, right? Overflow scroll should be getting handled here, but it's not. It's getting handled like up here, right? And where, like, what's causing that? I mean, maybe this is like, we don't ask it to do any changes. We just ask it to explain what's happening. That might be somewhere that AI might actually be useful here. So right now the scroll bar appears on the right side of the page alongside the nav bar, not within the section that actually overflows the content. Why? Make no changes, but just explore the project and explain what's happening. Deactivate overflow in the container. Yeah, totally. But like which, I don't think there's any like container here that, I'm not sure which container is causing that overflow, right? So like this is the thing where I want the overflow to be handled, and I'll be able to introduce that in a minute. But like right now it's like this is handling the overflow, or I don't know. I'll have to check out fly.io. That sounds really interesting, Kodo. For some of the services I'm hosting, maybe that'd be a really good option. I do think that's another downside to using Blazor is I think like load balancing, and it's not simple REST requests. It's like a signal ask circuit with constant streaming data back and forth between the server. I think that's harder to load balance since like you need a connection with a specific server in order to maintain the loop. But is there a height or set or constraint on the content div to prevent it from stretching? I mean, which content div though? Are we talking about like, I mean, where is it? There's all these, so that's outside of it. This is the main layout. Maybe it's something to do with, no, we don't need that. Refresh. So it's really this that I need to overflow. Why would anything else be overflowing? Should it be, yeah, main? I think we need to maybe focus our efforts on main content. Scroll bar, I mean, I actually hate that color looks way better like this. We should probably go hunt down and change whatever's doing this. But we might be getting somewhere here. Scroll bar color doesn't appear anywhere. So maybe that's just like in, this has got to, like, what's producing this? It's got to be a Blazor component that's actually producing that. Okay, body has scroll bar color. Box width, border width. The one you want to overflow. Okay, hold on. I'm not the best with web yet, still learning, but for one layout I made, I had to deactivate overflow on the body and activate it on the actual content that was supposed to scroll. Yeah. I mean, maybe it might be that a solution like that is the way we go, Lasmat. Um, Hello, by the way, Fizzit. Thank you for contributing and like offering suggestions here. I do really appreciate it. I should have said that when I first read your comment. Um, the one you want to overflow or the one with chat in it, where your overflow is, just try slapping a height on it. Have you tried Lottie animation for your element designs? Robert, I don't think I've seen that before. I'm not sure what that is. Lottie animation. What is that? Lottie animation. Motion design tool for product teams. Okay, cool. No, I haven't tried this. I don't know if there's any like if that fits into the ecosystem we're working for. SVG animations. That's cool. All right, that makes me more wanting to. There's some really like here. If you guys have ever seen this site, I love the way that this site animates. I love sites that are like really interactive and animated. I'm yet to like dig into how they actually do this, but this really is some very, very cool thing. That is my gig way back in 2018 before I got sick. Okay, cool. I need to go look at like Lottie animations, no code animations. Cool. Let's have a quick skip through to see what this actually looks like. I have done SVG animation before. I feel like this is not giving us a good example. Annoyingly. This is something it sounds like I would like to learn about. Okay. So is this just an SVG animator? That's pretty cool if so. All right, where were we? Just make your design simple but attractive, like engineering. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, at the moment we're working toward this design here. This is the design we're working toward right now, Robert. So I want a way to expand and collapse left and right panels, and then I'm going to be simplifying the top panel, and then we'll have the thing in the center like this. So I'm going to essentially move like, right now all the configuration is just sitting here in the header. So if I wanted to do something like, change color, you can do it in real time and see the change. I want to take all these settings and configuration and make them run vertically here so that this simplifies and then get rid of like the background panel. So I'm kind of doing a redesign moving toward this because it was very placeholder what we were doing, but it's getting to the point where I actually want the user experience to be a little bit better. And so that's what we're in the process of doing now is like refactoring so that we, for a start, I want this, everything around it to stay fixed and this to be the section which scrolls. That's the first thing I'm going to work towards here. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing. Mud main content. It might be, what if, just hear me out here. Maybe this is a stupid idea, but we're about to find out. What if mud main content is the thing that's handling this, that's doing this scrolling? And what if I put that like that? Crazy concept. Maybe completely misunderstanding what's happening here, but I suspect that's part of it. Oh, yo, bad habit. We had .NET Watch running this. Stop the build. And has this worked? Failed to generate source. Did it? So far, so good. Let's see what happens when I go to... No. Did not work. But, I mean, the whole thing still kind of works, even though I moved that around. And now, maybe that is actually way better because now the main content... Yeah, okay. I think this is an improvement. This is for sure an improvement. Because now we can potentially like stack the, like put these in their own little stacks with like the open and close buttons in, I mean, for a start, like we we used to have the expand and collapse in the header. And I know I don't want that, but as an interim, we could do it like that. I mean, I honestly don't even care if the scroll bar sits to the right there, as long as we can get the panels to expand and collapse neatly. So this might be a good first step for that, right? So let's get rid of this ref, because we won't need to call it from elsewhere anymore, right? Then we can completely self-contain the, like in here, the open and close feature should be there. Should be fine to do that. So let's see. What if I do just a mud button here? Mud button testing. Yo, I keep hitting that button and I shouldn't, because watch run is supposed to be doing this for me. Okay. All right, where's that button we just added? Nav menu. It should probably be here, right? Test. No, not appearing. Your design looks good to me. Not that flashy, but it's intuitive. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, Robert. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the new design looks much better. Having the centered area dedicated to just the preview and separating out the controls will make it much cleaner. 100% agree, Kodo. Yeah, I think we're in the right direction. Every time you say mud button, it reminds me of Dave Chappelle's skit. Which skit? Which skit? I don't know the one. I don't know the one. But I always like a good joke, crazy. Oh yeah, all right. Where's our button? Because straight up, this button should definitely appear. Unless watch run has let me down. This is what it's like so many times. Watch run, I need to like kill it and then start it again to actually see the change, that I've stopped trusting it. I've stopped trusting that it works. And that's a problem, right? Because you want to know that when you do a thing, it like, you know, it works. Okay, there we go. I've stopped it and run it again. If I see this test thing come up on the UI, watch run. This is why I don't trust you anymore. This is why I don't trust you anymore. Okay, so that's kind of cool, because if we have this button here, now maybe we can position it relative to, so let's see, style, position, relative. And then we can say right, 0 pixels to the right. And then we can say top is going to be 50% down. Let's see if this positions it now. Did it reload? See, watch run is just so unfreaking reliable. And now I've reloaded it. I don't think the change is even applied, right? If I inspect this, it's not going to have the CSS we just added. Watch run doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. I mean, here, look at it. I'm just running it in a console. Like the IDE doesn't actually matter here. It doesn't matter if it's, and oh yeah, I am using writer, by the way. So I kind of have to kill it and then run it again to see my change. So what's the point of using watch run? I never use inline styles. Interesting to see that this doesn't work. I mean, maybe I should stop using inline styles. So, okay, so now this is working because it's, you know, it's halfway down the page. It's positioned, relatively. So that's a win. It's, all right, we need it to be probably just an icon button, and then, so hold on, where are we? There's the button. So So we'll set its width to like 20 pixels, probably a little less. We'll set it to the... I really don't like how far that needs to move there. So then we'll have our button relative. Oh, and then we have to do this stupid thing with the z-index is something before it will... How many 9s do I need? And even just to make this easy for ourselves right now, we're going to go background color black to make it visible. So there it is. Surely that z-index is enough. It's a very large z-index. Why would that still not be rendering on top? That's like the biggest z-index ever. There's something else causing this not to clip. Why is the z-index moving it sideways? I don't think it is. I was just moving the the right sideways by changing right. That was changing it. Z-index is not changing it in terms of like where it sits. This is what's moving it right, like left and right. Sideways is coming from right, but z-index should have made this draw over the top. Now I need to figure out. One thing I really don't like about CSS is the way that z-indexes do rendering. I think it's anybody who's relying on z-index to render something is like doing something really bad. And then inevitably somebody uses it somewhere, and now you have to use the same system to beat it. You put it into overflow. You put it into the overflow. Z-index has no effect. See the scroll bar on the bottom of the drawer. Hold on. Where's the overflow? Is there overflow somewhere? Is there overflow none somewhere? Hold on. I mean, overflow hidden. Mud ripple. I don't think that's it. Okay. Z-index is, see the scroll bar on the top of the drawer. I do see a scroll bar down here. Okay. IME, anytime you mess with Z-index, your markup is wrong. Yeah, exactly. I'm totally with you, Fitz. It seems like you're seeing something I'm missing, Lazamat. What am I missing? I guess I didn't word it in a good way. It's basically clipped to the container. There's no way you can go over to the next one. There's got to be some way to do it. There will be a way to do it. If anything, it's like one thing we could do is like this. If we draw it like that, and then we render them with a mud stack. Mud stack, make it a row, as gross as it is. Then these two things will render side by side. Let's give that a shot. And then I would really hope to see this button to the right of this. Let's see what happens. Did that re-render? What on earth? Oh, it's probably that. If that's still working, that's actually a good sign though. So let's see. This button. Where is the actual button? Okay, yep. So let's get rid of that. Position right. That's going to be like negative 100 pixels. Background. Let's hope we see something. Background color black. No, still not. It's still clipping. Why on earth? It has nothing to do with the. It has nothing to do with the draw. This now has to do with the checkerboard. There must be something going on causing this to render on top, right? But there's nothing really in the CSS that I see here that would make me think. If anything, it's rendering back behind it, right? Anything with a z-index of greater than -1, because this is now not rendering inside of that. Why is that clipping? It must be that this is in front of it, right? So let's see. What is this actual thing here? Oh, I hate CSS sometimes, guys. I really do. You got to mess around with it. It's no wonder that the AI was having such trouble with it. Also, interestingly, look, our checkerboard has actually completely disappeared. I don't see any checkerboard right now. This, yeah, where's our checkerboard? Yeah, checkerboard's just gone. I don't know. Maybe we reintroduce the checkerboard later and just remove the... Yeah, remove it for now. I'm just going to do that. Checkerboard background can go. In fact, the whole freaking component can just go. I'm in a culling mood, guys. I want to strip it back to its simplest parts, and we can reintroduce complexity later. I do like the checkerboard background, but if it's interfering with this, it's just out. Okay, let's see. Hold on, we've got good suggestions here. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to them, guys. Out of flow. Okay, hold on. You need to pull it out of the document flow for that. Otherwise, it's bound to the container and lands in the overflow of the mud drawer. Okay, it's because the button is part of the left drawer. I moved it outside of the left drawer. Actually fits. Kodo, how you doing? Welcome back, man. We're messing around with CSS. We just let AI fix it. I mean, you're not necessarily wrong. Sometimes I would, but often in cases like this, it does make a bigger mess than often it solves. It's like you wind up with more problems, not less. So if anything, though, I will put this all in a div to keep it all kind of together. So we've got the app bar at the top and then everything else here, ideally below it. Okay, is that re-rendered? Now we've got our little testing button. So where is that? It's relative. Let's put it -100 pixels. Give it a background color. I mean, hold on. We can do this in the actual... We can do that in the actual image. So that's in our nav drawer. We can make it variant is filled. That's going to make its background filled. Its right to start with can be -50 pixels. Does it re-render? Man, I swear to God, it's not taking that change. This is why I don't use watch run. Watch run just straight up does not work for me, guys. Maybe it's time, Seb. Thanks for the heads up, Sergius. I do feel like I'm making progress. This is just a difficult thing. Honestly, this is just a difficult problem. I am slowly making progress on this. I'm going to keep going till I get this one thing, or I'm going to be really frustrated about the stream not working. Not having succeeded in a pretty important and fundamental way. All right, what just happened there? Removing, I'm guessing this is the change now showing with the removal of the, okay, so we can, this is the removal of the checkerboard. The checkerboard used to have some stuff, so mud, let's say mud stack, row, like that. Mud stack is not closed. Yep. So those are going to be, so mud stack, I think, had a way to expand, or maybe it was something else. It was mud content, mud container, and then max width. Yes. I'm also frustrated by this not working. I just want to spend the next few hours fixing this and sending a PR. Thanks, Lasmat. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Max width on tag helper month. Max width is. No, there's something else. Mud container. I need to go look at the docs for mud container briefly. Mud Blazor. You can see from that loading that this one's a statically hosted page, which is pretty smart because honestly, they shouldn't need a server for this. Container, there it is. There we go. Fixed. Who would have thought fixed was what we actually want? If the fixed property is set to true, the container will snap to the closest breakpoint. Okay, fixed. And we don't actually need that. If it's present, it will resolve to true. Can you figure out what it's using if you have the console access to Redis? Hold on. Can you figure out what's using it if you have the console access to Redis? I think you can, with Redis, you can access like a portal that has kind of like, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a while since I used it though. I'm not exactly sure, but I think you can kind of, like the administration I seem to remember being pretty good. Okay, so now the centering is working again. Where's our test button? Because we definitely had a test button here. Nav drawer, it was called, like testing was the content of it. Let's inspect. Testing. All right, there's the button. Interesting location. Very interesting location. Why is it there? So, because it's there because the container is not 100% view height. Right. Now that things are getting a little bit clearer as we clean it up, I think I'm actually starting to get a little bit of clarity on this. So, I mean, why is that in a stack? We put it in a stack, didn't we? Yeah. Let's just go back to what we had there. And then honestly, I don't trust watch run. Watch run just fails us over and over and over. I may as well be hitting the rerun button in Rider, right? Because I'm like killing and starting the console again to see our changes every damn time. You were applying to Kodo. I see. Yeah, I have to comb the logs, but I'm pretty sure it's replica backlog. Okay, replication backlog. Master is currently doing around 1 million transactions per minute. Dude, that's sick. That's pretty cool. Dude, I'm looking forward to having some applications with that many users. Okay, hold on. Did I accidentally hit rerun? No. Let's do a rebuild here to see what the hell's going on there. I had some errors up in that log. What on earth? Is that running? Yeah, this is why I don't trust Watch Run, guys. Because I need to just like, seems like I need to manually handle all this stuff anyway. There's our testing button. Yo, all right. It's still not rendering on top. It's still not rendering on top. The Z index has got to fix it. I can't understand why it wouldn't, right? Z index, 99999. Re-renders. See if we can see our Z index change. Yo, we don't even have our change. It's such a simple thing. Man, I hate Mud Blazor sometimes. It's not even Mud Blazor. This is just Blazor. Blazor being bad. I may as well rerun it. I'm done with Watch Run. Goodbye, terminal. We're gonna manually hit the button every time. Why did that position change? That's just awkward. All right, now it's 99999 Z index, but it's still not rendering on top of this thing. Like, why? I can't fathom why that would be the case. You're heading to bed, Goldie? Yeah, good night. 3 a.m., that makes sense. I'm going to keep going a little longer. I really want to finish this feature off. Thank you for hanging out this whole time. Hope you figure it out and have a good rest of my stream. I won't click any of those links, dude. Good night, man. Good night. Thanks for hanging out the whole stream. Really appreciate it. The button is a child of MudDraw. It is now, but that shouldn't mean that I can't like set its Z index to something massive and get it to render on top. But you know, I mean, I could just do something like put the button up in the top bar, but I really want to I want it to be contained in this. Yeah, all right. So it's also like its width should be like 50 pixels, and mud button can be a mud icon button, and then the icon can be mud Blazor dot icons dot material excuse me, material dot filled dot east. Then all this styling nonsense. Then we can close that out. We don't need testing. It's going to be harder to find this thing in the UI, but it'll be there. So quick rerun of that. Okay. It does render on top of the mud drawer. The rest of it overflows the mud drawer. You're thinking like, the rest of it overflows the mud drawer. But if its Z-index is like, so you think it's like overflow hidden somewhere in the mud drawer. I mean, could we potentially then, I mean, hold up. Let's see there. So that needs to be about, I mean, what's happening here? Negative 260 seems, it's weird that I'm actually missing something really fundamental. Like maybe you guys are right. Overflow unset. If it, I mean, we would expect if this is like doing some kind of clipping, you would expect the mud drawers to. No, I don't think that's the one. It could be. I mean, where's the overflow? That's what you're basically saying, right, guys? With overflow of mud drawer or nav drawer, you basically want the child component to overlay the component of the parent's siblings. That's not possible. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to do. But I'm just trying to like, if I can just break the render order here, then we should be fine with this. It all does feel a little hacky though, unfortunately. But like, what are you gonna do? The other way I could do this is just like figure out a different way to bring the drawers in and out. Like I could put an anchor at the bottom of the page or like render something absolutely, but I really do want it just like to be contained within the drawers themselves, should really handle the expanding and collapsing. I'm going to stick with it. I'm just going to keep working at it. I'll figure it out. I always do. We always do. It just needs more time. It's not that I'm smarter than other men. It's that I stay with the problem longer. I'm not sure I understand what the goal is. At this point, it's just to get this to render on top of other stuff. On top of like everything, essentially. So, negative 200 pixels. So like a relatively positioned button halfway down the right drawer aligned to the right. Aligned to the right of this element, yes. So that when this expands and contracts, that the arrow stays fixed to the right side of this. Yeah, so the right side of the left drawer. That's right, Fitz. That's right. That's the goal. Okay, halfway down. Its width can even be like 25 at this point. Position relative to that. Yeah, so that does do it. So it's got to be, mud drawer has got to be doing something where it clips. I don't know what exactly. We need to look through the CSS there and probably override it CSS. Or what's happening is the Z index of the center bit just higher. I don't think there's any kind of Z index unless it's happening inside of the no, it wouldn't be mud container, maybe mud, it wouldn't be mud layout either. I don't think it can be the Z index of the main content or anything like that. I think it actually just has to be oh no, it could be Z index of the main content, main content. We should have a quick read of what mud main content actually does. Ooh, tongue twister. Main content. I mean, that might be somewhere down here in the layout. Or even like getting started, I think is where you start to see the main layout stuff. Okay, layouts. Okay, outbar, draw, main content, draw. I mean, that's essentially what we have. Where mud layout, outbar, draw, main content. I mean, we could see about this. That might be fine too, because our config drawer is going to be a right drawer, so this might just be fine. So let's see. The drawer, main layout menu, And we may as well also just to get this going a little, we can draw open toggle draw on our button. Click toggle draw. And what's happening is the z-index of the center bit just higher. No, I don't think it is that. Check the z-index through DevTools. We already kind of did that, Coder. Maybe you understand the problem when you set mud draw overflow to hidden. Yeah, potentially, but like I didn't set that to hidden. It might be like I had to look for overflow here, and I don't see. See, that's the mud draws stuff. I mean, you would expect to see some kind of like, maybe I'm getting this completely wrong. Where's the overflow hiding though? I mean, here's the mud draw. I don't see any kind of like position fixed. No, I'm not seeing anything like that. Hey, David, how you doing? Welcome back, man. The mud draw overflow to hidden is a good thought, but like I don't see it here, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Welcome back, David. How are you? I meant set the overflow to hidden in the mud draw and then set the button position to right again. So you see that you make your element disappear. Set the overflow to hidden in the mud draw and then set the button position to right again. So you see that is the problem. It's outside of the rendered, so it's not a z-index problem. It's definitely not a z-index problem, but setting overflow to hidden here wouldn't help us, would it? I mean, I can do that. If anything, that would be causing the problem, right? If I set overflow to hidden, then we're just back in the position that we were at where it's still getting clipped, right? Overflow to like, if I go through all the options, I mean, that did some weird clipping there. Hey, Pick Gamer, how you doing? Picky Gamer, how you doing, man? It doesn't help solve, only shows you the problem. I mean, yeah, okay. It would like double up on the problem. It would potentially make the same problem happen again. But that depends on that, assumes that it is the problem. I can't even see any kind of like overflow. Oh, hold up. Mud draws overflow Y. Okay. That's something. That's something. Pretty weird that the background color. Oh no, maybe it didn't. Okay, we're onto something. We're onto something, Lasmat. How you doing? You're a big fan of C Sharp? Pick Gamer, so am I. You'll see some really interesting C Sharp here. This is C Sharp in the web, like for the web. Yo, Lasmat, thank you for pointing me in that direction. I think this is really going to help. Overflow Y. We're going to make that unset. So that's going to be on our mud draw. Mud draw, and then we can go. Yeah, I wonder what this is. Maybe that has something to do with it. Let's just quickly try this. Re-render that. Big sorry, Pick Gamer. No links allowed. Yeah, we had some page.gb is a pretty weird URL too. All right, hold up. We're getting close. We're getting close. So I may as well fix this here. What was it, like 240? And we'll make this like 35. Lasmat, thank you for your help with that, man. I really appreciate it. We might have just solved it. Okay. So let's go back to what we just had there. Okay, hold on. Draw clipping mode dot. Let's try some of these other options. I don't know what they're actually going to do. 35, I think we called that like 230. Quick rerun. I think focusing on overflow isn't right. We just solved it with that. We just solved it with that, like in the IDE just now. Yeah, so look, if I go back to this, check it out. We actually have the solution here, and it is an overflow thing. It was an overflow thing, Fizz. If I go style, overflow, Y, unset, this is going to solve it. I'm fairly confident. And I did want that at like 35. You should be able to just stick it where you want it with positioning. The thing is, when I position it, it gets cut off, it gets clipped. And I'm about to, I think I've just found the issue. So there we go. See, it's rendering on top. And this is exactly what I wanted. That's now good. So I'm going to make that 220. If the parent is a relative position, the button should be able to just be absolutely positioned where you want it without clipping. I would think that. You would think that, Fizz, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, and we've been messing around for a while to get this to work. And we finally do have it working now. This is what I was looking for. So this is really good now. This is progress. So let's go 225. So I do want this to kind of like poke out even when when it's collapsed. So where was it? 220. I think I want it to sit about like there. So 220, yeah, 225 is a sweet spot, because when that collapses, then we still see this here. That's excellent. All right, happy with that. Happy with that. That's good. Yo, Gorky, how you doing? All right, now we've got mud icon. Have a quick look at this. Mud icon in the docs. Icon button. So it's going to be under components, buttons, icon button. I want something like that. So this is going to be 3 from the bottom, variant filled, and then we need to set the color, I guess. Variant filled, color, maybe we make that secondary just to make it really like stand out. This will be like a pink, I think. You're all right. I mean, we've been going for a little while. You've been and come back at this point. You've come and gone. And welcome back, dude. Welcome back. All right, there we go. Those can go. All right, that's working nicely. Now I want the same for the other side, and I want this content to get nicely centered, and then we can bring the checkerboard back, and then we're actually, then we're cooking. Then we're cooking. Also, I want this to point in when it's out and out when it's in. So then we can see. So icon is equal to draw open. If it's open, then it's got to go west. Otherwise, it goes east. East, yep. Nice. And that could be our icon. Quick rerun. We got there, Fizz. We got there. High fives. Woo. I can go like that. Boom, boom. The button is relative position though. Yeah, I mean, it is relative, but that's what we want. We want it relative to the, yeah. And nice that it kind of collapses on its own when it gets really small. We can pull it out. This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. Huzzah. Okay. So now we need to essentially replicate that here. Maybe we ought to make our own like generic expandable draw. So like arrow draw, something like that. Arrow draw. Take all of the stuff that we just did and implement it here into our arrow draw. And then from here, we'll strip out the stuff that we don't actually need. Don't need that. Don't need... let's see. This will be the content. Content. And that'll be a render fragment that we bring in as a property. Property. Public render fragment. Content. Get set. Parameter, I mean. Parameter, geez. 5th time's the charm. Nice that that can be private. I'm happy about that. That's really good. Okay, so now we also want something to say. So I don't like this. This is fixed like pixels, right? Maybe we can do this. I mean, right, negative 255 right should be like, if anything, it should be 0 right. Why does this need to be a negative number? That's a weird thing to me. I need to try and figure that out. And the other thing I want to support here as a parameter is like parameter public. So let's say draw side. Hold on, we already should have some kind of variable in Blazor for this. So let's look it up. And then that's going to be in draw. So toggle right. We'll have something like anchor.left. There we go. So we'll make that our parameter and we'll pass it down. I guess the difference is that relative means it's still in flow. So for example, if it takes up the space, whatever it lives, whereas absolute pulls it out of the flow and it doesn't eat up space, you shouldn't need negative 255 pixels if you need that because it's a relative position. All right, we'll yeah, you're right, Fitz. I'll do that. Just give me a moment. So, anchor Get set that. Anchor is going to go into our draw. Anchor is going to be anchor. And by default, it's going to we'll leave it as default. So what we're saying is we want it to be relative. Hold on, we don't want it to be absolute right of 0 pixels. This should be the effect we're looking for, is what I think you're saying. All right, so I made a bunch of changes there. The thing I should be doing before I go and mess about a bit is probably staging my changes. So let's stage our changes in, I mean, yes, that, yes, that, yes, that, yes, that. And now we can go messing about with our, where is it? With our nav draw. So nav draw now, let's pull all this out. All of that can go. And all of this can go. And that gets wrapped in our, where are we? Arrow draw. Arrow draw comes way down here. Arrow draw, what parameters did we give it? We gave it content, and that's going to be in the render body. All right, there we go. And then by default, it's going to be left. Let's see if those changes work there. Fits. If the parent is relative and the button is absolute, then you can give it via top 50% and right -10 or yeah. But the absolute position doesn't need a relative position parent. Gotcha. We'll see if it works in just a minute. I suspect it will. I think you're talking sense. Right there. Child content, not content. That's my bad. So arrow draw needs child content. Quick rerun. Okay. This is going to be good when it's done. It's going to be a big refactor in terms of like making this work, but all right. Definitely working. So, right, we need like 10 pixels or even positive 10 pixels, right? I think positive 10 pixels, but we'll re-render this and then move it. Hey, another follow. Odin, thank you, man. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. I'm burning the midnight oil here. So I appreciate you following along, man. So let's go with like 20 pixels. That's pretty damn close. And then we can implement this for the right side as well. So we can get it along this edge will be next. That goes in, that pulls out. All right, nice. I'm liking that. Now we'll use it here. So mud draw, we don't want mud draw anymore. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on this one. There's a lot that needs improving here. Basically all of this can go, honestly. Let's just keep this. Like, we'll keep this one little thing. And then from here, we have our our arrow draw. And then all of this goes in there. And then this anchor should be on the left. So default it will be to the right. Now it will be to the left. And now we need to support that in here. So the other thing, so that okay, so let's extend this var anchor style is going to be all of that, but anchor style. So in here now, so this is just style. That goes in there, and then anchor style is going to be yes, that. So that can be, honestly, that can go on the end, can't it? Anchor style there. So if we if the anchor is left, then we're going to be, oh, that's one bad thing about this actually. We only support anchors on the left and right, where the variable we've used here, or the enum we've used, actually probably has a bunch more variables besides left. It's going to have top and bottom and all that other stuff. So this could lead to errors. Yes, left, right, start, end, top, bottom, way more. I think we should probably, if we're going to be responsible about this, make our own enum. Okay, so it's left. If the anchor is the left, then it's -20 to the right. But if it's otherwise, if the anchor is right, then it's going to be left. And otherwise, we don't care. Let's go with that for a minute. And then we'll change our enum later. Let's first just make sure this works. So our config draw is right. The anchor is right, so we'll need to rerun that. And then we should see that on the right with the same damn arrow, and the arrow should be on the left side of the panel. We're going to see. Yep, it is. All right, nice. That's a win. 0.5 view width would do, instead of pixels. I mean, the issue with that fits is like view width, as you get more narrow, the offset would get greater. I just want it to be a set number of pixels off the side. So I think probably pixels is the right way to do it, right? Maybe, I'm not sure, but I feel like it probably is. You've had some really good things to say this stream, Fitz. Would this mess up if you change font size? Changing font size doesn't change the size of a pixel though, right? And it doesn't change the size of icons either. It should be fine. It should be okay. Okay, so we've got that. The one thing we need to do here. Okay, we need to go. This is annoying. So if the anchor is, I mean, we need to invert this almost. This is going to be really annoying. There's going to be a bunch of weird cases. Almost I want to turn this into a method. Yeah, we're going to turn it into a method. Get anchor style. And then also we're going to need another one for this, for get icon. Get anchor icon. Now in here, if the drawer is open and the anchor is left, then it's this. Otherwise, we need to check if the anchor is right, in which case it's going to be west. Otherwise, it can be east. Ugh, all these cases. It's a little brain hurty. I don't like brain hurty code. But that will work. Now this arrow will face the opposite direction, and that's what we wanted. It's an arrow image. I thought it was text. No. It's... We okay, hold on. I didn't quite get that right. Did I get it right here? Yes. Okay. Maybe I just want to like... I guess we're doing this longhand. If the arrow is open and the anchor is left, then we want to return. If it's open, the arrow is going to point east. So we're going to do east. If the drawer is open and the anchor is right, then if the drawer is open and the anchor is right, we want to also do east. If the drawer is not open and the anchor is left, then we want to do west. And then in the last case, which is the drawer is not open and the anchor is right, we also want to do west. All right. Return, yep, string.empty. Can put that into a neater switch statement. All right, there we go. Sometimes I really like writers refactoring. You can like, you know, think through it and then, oh yeah, I still got it wrong though. Is it the inverted? It's the opposite of this? No, that's fine. This one's right. The right side's correct now. The left side's correct, is not correct though. If the anchor is left, all right, hold on. Let's refactor this a little more. Maybe I should even just leave it like this without even doing that refactor. So if the drawer is open and the anchor is left, it should face west. Correct, west. If the drawer is open and the anchor is right, it should face east. If the drawer is not open, aka it's closed and the anchor is left, then it should face east to open it. All right, there we go. That'll do it. All right, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. All right, good. That's progress. Now I want to center the content. But first things first, now since it's working, we're going to stage that. And now we'll center the content. So mud layout, mud main content. Probably here we go mud, mud container. That'll center it for us. Am I working on cup day? I am. Yes, I am working on cup day, Fitz. Oh, sorry, night streamer. Absolutely. Though I don't know if do you know Kaz? Kaz has done this cool thing where she's kind of like analyzed the horses and used her incredible mathy brain to figure out who's most likely to win. I'm so into that. I think it's so really cool. So yeah, I'll be definitely joining her, getting in on her bet. But I'm not a betting person. But I'll bet on Kaz, like for sure. I'm gonna back that one. That gal's wicked smart. Mud main content. Let's see. So if we back up a little, we'll get an idea of how, where was it? Layouts. Oh, yo, imagine if a wireframe existed for this. Nah, luckily it didn't really have anything. Not really lucky, but also we just didn't waste time doing what we did. That was useful. It was useful. Kaz spreadsheeted the Melbourne Cup field. It was so funny. Like gosh, she's smart. Isn't she smart, Night Streamer? I really, really admire that mind. She's got a great mind. Okay. Mud main content. That's the way they do it. And I suppose the page itself should be responsible for putting the margin in. So if this was previously like working in a way, okay, hold on. I do want that page and I do want this. So there we go. So this page should probably be responsible for centering its own content, which we can definitely do. We can definitely do. And now we need to bring, like, ideally, I'd like to bring the checkerboard back. But okay, let's go goals. I mean, each component should really be responsible for its own. Yeah. Okay. Looking good. Looking really good. Yeah, looking really good. All right. The next thing is to allow. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna since it is looking really good, I'm gonna check all the code in. So reform main layout to support left and right draws. All right. So now what I want to do with this, and this is going to be really interesting, I want to render into config draw from children of the body. And what that's going to mean for us is we're going to have like cascading values here. And I mean, what do we even set to those cascading values? That'll be an interesting challenge. I mean, what time is it now? It's 3:39. Okay. She's very, very smart. I 100% agree. 100% agree, Night Streamer. But all right, we're coming up on 5 hours of stream. I've got to be in a meeting. Do I get 8 hours sleep if I go to bed now? That's my question. Let me go have a look see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just. Yeah. So I got to wrap it. We got to find somebody to raid. Let's do it. Twitch. Who could be online now? Oh my gosh. Ali. What are you doing, gal? She's streaming at all hours. Crazy. I think it's an alley raid. Guys. Let's do it. Raiding Alithia. Get your raid messages ready, guys. Alithia in Texas. Also, it's like daytime for her. Huh. All right, here we go. Good night, Fitzy. Thank you for all your help. You really actually saved us with the overflow thing, man. Like that was a really thoughtful approach that solved the problem in a big way. I really appreciate it, man. Yeah, it was a big W, man. Big W. So thank you to everybody who donated this stream too. I don't know if anyone's still around, but Eightfold and Danish and Crazy Mur, you guys are legends. And Lisa for rating us. We had a hype train. We had so much going on this stream. Binge as well. These streams keep getting bigger and bigger, guys. I freaking love it. Big W for Lisa rating us as well. Ali's in Texas with Burdicket and their managers. Dev was just there. Yeah, all right, all right. I remember. I remember. There was a engagement, if I'm not mistaken. But that's really, really cool. Yo, she's going off. She's popping off. Look at how reflexes, man. That's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, have a great night, guys. The tools are all coming along really well. It's pretty exciting. I'll probably see you guys not tomorrow because I'm going to play games at Lufu's, but probably the day after. So Thursday or Friday. I'll see you guys then. Have a great night. And enjoy the Ali stream, guys. All right. See yous. And that's a wrap.